Shalom, everybody. I'm Dr. Yasapa with Zion Law School. We'll be doing a special lesson on John chapter 1, verse 1 through 5, and Genesis chapter 1 and 2. So to begin with, I'm going to introduce our brother Stan, who's going to do a presentation on the topic. And so Stan, let you go ahead and do what you're going to do. And can you just give us a brief introduction about what to expect and then get right into it?
Yeah, sure. Anytime I have the opportunity to let light to the Most High, who I refer to as Yahuwah or Yahweh, and his son, who I refer to as Yahusha or Yahushai, is always a delight. I do believe in the Mashiach. I always believed in Mashiach. And I believe, and my whole purpose of presenting this is that I believe that the Mashiach is revealed in the very first chapter of Genesis 1, in the very first 7 words of Genesis 1. Actually, in the very first word, the Mashiach is revealed. And I thank God for that, because anytime I have the opportunity to speak on this matter, Yah has always shown favor to me and to those that lend the ear. Hear me out, hear out, what the word is saying, and draw no conclusions until you hear the conclusion of the matter.
Okay, so can we get started? Can I, Stan, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can I forgot to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
So everybody who's here in this classroom, I just want to let you guys know that this is being recorded and it's going to be uploaded to our social media channels like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and it'll be on your website. So if you don't want to be in the recording, you should either cut your camera or you're welcome, you have to go. But if it's okay for us to record it and have your image and your voice in the video, if you consent to that, stay. And then by you staying, it means you consent. Is that okay with you, Judy? You're muted, sis. You have to say yes or no. Unmute your microphone, please. Sorry I have to do this, but I have to.
I didn't realize that I was muted. So yes, Khan.
Okay, great. So Shara, is that okay with you? Unmute your microphone, Shara. We can't hear you.
I think I heard her.
Mine is not muted.
I heard her.
Okay, I didn't hear her. Is that okay with you, Shara?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now, yeah. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. Kenneth, is that okay with you, brother? Is he still with us?
Yeah, yes, that's fine.
That's fine. Okay, great. So I'm sorry to interrupt you, Stan. So, okay, so let's hear our brother's presentation. I'm gonna mute my microphone.
All right. Glad that you are here with us this afternoon. If you could turn with me to Genesis 1. I'd like to start in Genesis. There was one thing that I was told when I first started learning Hebrew or Ibaryath, that it was going to open my understanding in ways that English never did. And honestly, I didn't know what to think about that until I was able to experience it for myself using the Lashon Kodesh, the pure language or the holy language. For those that know Hebrew, you'll know that letters are words, and words are sentences, meaning that things can be discovered, and a letter can have multiple meanings, descriptions, and give multiple different diverse understandings. Even as a word can give enlightenment to words, to complete sentences. And I will start with Genesis 1:1, where in the English translation it says, in the beginning, God, Elohim, created the heavens and the earth. We know that there's no word for da in Hebrew, and simply is conduced to the aleph ta, which is just pronounced et. So instead of saying in the beginning, it's just simply in beginning, or in Bereshith, in Bereshith. The word Bereshith is a word, if I just looked at the character in the Paleo Hebrew, that character, ba, represents a tent, it represents a house, it represents family, it represents security, secure, confinement, all these things. So when we look at that word Bereshith in the Hebrew, it begins with the ba, the ba, and then the rash, the ra, and you also would add alapa, and then you would add the sha with the yod and the tha, the last letter, the tha. Looking at that in Hebrew, we know, as I said, ba represents the house, ra represents the head, even in that ba with the ra, just in that word ba, you have son, as in the word in the modern Hebrew, but the word bas mitzvah, the young man, trying to pronounce the word for young man, Elad. The son becomes a man in Bar Mitzvah, but the Ba represents the son. And we also know that the Ra represents the head, the beginning, or the strong one, as same as Alapa, the Shah, and that represents the fire or either destruction. With that, you have the Yah, the right hand of power, or the extended hand, representing the Mashiach, and the Fa, which is a mark or a cross, in that there's a hidden message, what I call the message of redemption, that's being explained in the first sentence, the first word of the Bible, Bereshith, that the Son, by his own hand, is going to the cross, going through destruction by his own hand. The Son is in the house of the Father, which is the house of bread, the Shah, fire, destruction, the Yah, the right hand of power, the Son, and he's dying on the cross, which is God. I believe that's the reason and the main reason why in the modern they changed that letter Tha to represent what it shows, removing it from the cross. Any thought of idea, they changed that. And this was done, we know, in Babylon, or either Assyria, which they call the Assyrian Aramaic, the Hebrew mixed with Greek. I believe that they changed the look of that letter to change the meaning so that it no longer represented what it's deemed to represent. And that is the Son is being revealed through the word Bereshit. Now, I come to accept that and understand that just based on the value of the letters and what they represent. So here we have Hebrew revealing the hidden message that English could not do. Excuse me. In English, that word Bereshit only means beginning. That's all it, and outside of that, it has no other meaning, just the beginning. Most people look at that first 7 words and they really don't understand. They want to change that word beginning to the word where. And it would read where Yah created the heavens and the earth. But we know that's not going to work because we know where God was when he spoke and created these things. So no matter what the Masoretic try to do, they can't change it. And even when we look at those 7 words, the first 7 words, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. There are 7 words in my mind that can represent every day, the first 7 days of creation. This is how I get to that. Can you go back to the English translation? Well, no, I can use this. This is fine. Okay. In beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. When we read this in Hebrew, we will read in beginning, bara, created, Hasamayim, Elohim or Elohim, barara, created. In the beginning, let me see where I'm at. Bereshit, wet, Hashemayim, et Elohim, bara, created. You can't see that last word over here. I think it's Bereshit. The earth, heavens and the earth. This is confusing me the way it's written here. God created in the beginning. It should read the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, it's read right to left, Ak.
Oh, okay. Is that what's going on? Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that was throwing me off. Yeah, Bereshit, bara, Elohim, Hashemayim, et. But this et here is different from the fourth word, et. With this et, you have the y, yat, which represents a connector or a nail, which is connecting, which is being used to connect heaven and earth together. Is the yat, who is the Mashiach. When he was lifted up, he created, or he connected with the and, or to add two things together with a nail on the cross. He added heaven and earth together in relationship. So when we read that, we can see the same thing as in the word Barashi, that the nail is being used on the cross in his death. He's bringing heaven to earth. He's establishing that, bringing us in connection with Yah. The seventh day is the day that Yah rested, is the earth day, the day of earth. That's when Yah rested, he didn't rest because he was tired, but he rested because his work was done. And what he did was put a seal, made a sign of that day, making that day holy for the purpose of bringing together man, his chosen, with him. So that day, the Sabbath, is the day that Yah draws nigh to his people. It's a day that he chose, that was initiated.
Please mute your microphone. I'm sorry, brother. You guys, please mute your microphone. Somebody's phone is ringing.
Yeah, that's my phone.
Okay.
I couldn't.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
The Hamashiach brought heaven and earth together in the beginning. That's why it says that he was slain before the foundation of the world. Before the foundation, before the world was created, he had already been slain for our redemption, because God sees beyond today. As a matter of fact, the Bible says that, I believe in Isaiah, that he sees a matter from the end to the beginning. Any situation, any condition, anything that happens on the earth, that happens in our life, God has already visited it from the end of the matter to the beginning. He knows exactly what we're going to do and when we're going to do it, how we're going to do it, and the fact that it's going to take him and him alone to rescue us. That's the reason why he put the tree in the garden from the beginning, because he had already known what you or I, in Adam and in Eve, would do. He already knew. He provided an scapegoat for them. He slain the first animal, shedding blood, and covered their sins by covering their bodies with the animal skin. There is another hidden message that I say that God used in the book of Genesis to declare his will, what he's doing and why he's doing it. If we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, the 9 names from Adam to Noah, looking at the meaning of those names, there is a message being revealed to us if we
Stan, we lost you. Are you there? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Stan, you might have to.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now, bro. Go ahead.
All right. Those 9 names, starting from Adam, Seth, Enos, Canaan, Mahalia, Darrell, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah. There's a message that God has hidden in his word, declaring his will in terms of our redemption. The word Adam means man. The name Seth means appointed. The word Enosh means mortal. The word Canaan means sorrow. The word Mahalia means blessed of God or blessed of Yah. The word Darrell shall come down. The word Enoch, teaching. The name Methuselah, his death shall bring. The word Lamech, the despairing. The word Noah, comfort or rest. If I was to take these words, put them together into a sentence, what it would say is this: man's a portal, mortal sorrow, the blessed God shall come down, teaching. His death shall bring a despairing comfort and rest. In my thinking, revealing.
Repeat that up because the sound quality was a little bit distorted. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, sure. Man appointed mortal sorrow.
Uh-oh, we lost him again.
Yeah, we lost you again. Can you start it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold this up. What I have written. I'm gonna try it one more time. Man appointed mortal sorrows. The blessed God shall come down, teaching. His death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. Did y'all hear all of that?
I heard it. Judith, Shar, Kenneth, if anybody wants to,
Can y'all see it?
yeah, we see it, but it's not clear.
Okay.
You can,
All right.
can you send me a picture of it and email it, and I'll try to include it in the video?
Sure, I'll type it up and email it to you.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
So y'all
Yeah.
are welcome to when the brother asks a question, you guys, could you respond? Because otherwise he's not gonna know, because this is an online class, he's not gonna know if you guys are hearing him.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ak.
All right. This is the names Adam through Noah, and the meanings of the names, when we put it together, it brings out this particular message that man is appointed mortal sorrows, and his blessed Yah shall come down, teaching, and his death shall bring the despairing comfort and rest. That's what we teach that the Mashiach brought. He brought comfort and he brought rest for man. He that have rest in the Mashiach truly have rest, because he has paved the way and he's delivered us from our sorrows. He delivered us from our condition, being separated from Yah. His death reunited us back to Yah. I believe that, and I believe that's what the word is saying. in Deuteronomy 23, I believe. If I can go there before I go to John. What kind of time I'm working on there, yourself?
I can't, I don't know how long you've been going, but go ahead and do what you got to do, okay?
Deuteronomy 23.
I can't hear.
Deuteronomy 23,
Thank you.
verse, well, must be Exodus. Hold on. I keep getting them mixed up, but let's see. Yeah, excuse me, Exodus 23. Starting at verse 12. This is dealing with the feast of unleavened bread.
Mm-hmm.
The first rain and the latter rain.
Is that it?
Starting at verse 12. We there?
Yep.
Okay.
Can everybody see the screen? Verse 12?
Yeah. 6 days shall thou work, and on the seventh day thou shalt rest, that thine ox and thy ass may rest, and the son and thy handmaid and thy stranger may be refreshed, meaning that even the stranger in your house shall rest, and all things that I have said unto you circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other gods, other Elohims, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. 3 times shalt thou keep the feast unto me in the year. 3 times shalt thou keep the feast. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread for 7 days, as I commanded thee, in the time appointed of the month of Abib. For in it thou camest out of Egypt, bondage, and none shall appear before me empty. In the feast of harvest, of first fruits of thy labor, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering.
Okay, we lost you again. I don't know if you can hear us, but when you come back, start again with verse 16. Okay.
See, I'm having a problem here with my internet.
Yeah, can you repeat verse 16?
It's going in and out. Yeah. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labor, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, the latter rain, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labor out of the field. 3 times in the year, all thy males shall appear before Yahuwah your Elohim. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain unto the morning. Can you go to 19? The first of the fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of Yahuwah, thy Elohim, and thou shalt not see a kid in his mother's milk. Behold, I sent an angel before thee. We know the word angel here applies to messenger, to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. So this angel is going to bring us to a place that he has already prepared. Behold, I'll send this angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions. Only Yah can pardon transgressions. For my name is in him. Self-explanatory. Yahuwah and Yahusha. Salvation. The word Shah. Yeah. But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemy, and an adversary unto thy adversary. For my angels shall go before thee and bring thee in unto the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Canaanites, the Havites, the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works. But thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images. And ye shall, verse 25, and ye shall serve Yahuwah your Elohim, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of thee. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in thy land. The number of thy days will fulfill. And I will send my fear before thee, and I will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come, and I will make all thy enemies turn their backs unto thee. That's it. That's enough, y'all. This is prophecy. Dealing with the last days, dealing with the latter rain. This messenger that I believe Yah is sending is the Mashiach. The same Mashiach that Abraham met in Genesis 17 when he met the king of Salem, Melchizedek, when Yah destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. You can turn with me now to the New Testament, John, St. John, the first chapter. A familiar verse, I'm sure everybody's familiar with it, especially those that have read it. The Christians use it quite a bit. There's another scripture that they use. You notice the first time I brought no attention to 1 John 1 and 5, chapter 5. 1 John chapter 5, I believe 7 and 8, when it talks about three that agree in heaven. I believe that was added by the Catholic Church to the scriptures. That's why I don't use it. I believe that Luke 6 and 4 was added. That's why I don't use it. And I'm not afraid to admit that. There's only truth. But if you can start reading with
can you tell our viewers why you believe that? Briefly.
Well, yeah, it before the King James 1611. In fact, a couple of Bibles that or texts that he used in translating 1611, that scripture or that particular verse was not in the scriptures. As a matter of fact, I don't think it was even a part of canon when they did 367. That particular scripture, 1 John chapter 5, verse 7 through 8, where it talks about there's three that agree in heaven, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and three that agree on earth. The three that agree on earth was in there, but they added the three that agree in heaven. The Catholic Church did after 367, when they did canonization, when the Bible was canon. So King James added it. The NIV took it out. That was translated. I think it was in the 60s or 70s.
Stan, for those who may not know what canonization means, could you kind of explain that?
Well, yeah, that's when what we call these 66 books in the Bible, when they put these the Greek Septuagint, and they added the New Testament writings in where they get the word Bible, meanings bifold or two separate. These words did not appear in the regular script. There was no New Testament. There's no such thing of an Old Testament. There's only the writings. When the writers or the authors of the Old Testament, when they wrote the Testament, they didn't know anything. They knew about what they were writing. They had no intentions of these things being collected and being put together years and years later. The Septuagint was put together, I think, in something like 321 BC, before Christ, or something like that. They came up with this Septuagint, the Greek scriptures. So canonization is them putting the Bible together, the 66 books. When they also decided what books would go in, what books needed to come out. They took the Apocrypha out where it was in before. They wouldn't put it in. King James put it back in the 1611, but then later took it out. I'm not sure about the
Okay, Stan, we lost you again.
What was the last thing I said? Oh, y'all okay? Okay. What was the last
thing
thing
I heard
I
you
said?
say was something about the Apocrypha.
Okay. The Vulgate. That was I talking about the Catholic Bible, the Vulgate.
Last thing you
No.
said was something. Go ahead.
He was saying that the King James had the Apocrypha in it and they took it out.
Okay. Yeah. The 1611 we know had the Apocrypha in it, but later on, when it was re-edited, it no longer appeared. They took it out. There were books that's in the New Testament, like Revelations, were discussed. Rather, it had part of the New Testament. The book of Philemon. Matter of fact, quite a few of Paul's writings almost didn't make it in through canon. The book of Jude almost didn't make it in. These books, it was all discussed whether they had.
Okay, you went out again. Can we can we go to John 1 now? So that we don't get too far off.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Can we go to John 1 now?
Yeah.
So we don't get too far off the topic with the organization.
Yeah. Yeah.
So here, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're at John 1 now.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. The same was in the beginning with Elohim, and all things were made by him, meaning the Word. And without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light, the light, the Ish, Shah, the Shah, that light, that spark of man, that fire that gives life. It was in him, and he put it in man. The light that shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not, didn't consume it, didn't understand it. There was a man sent from me, or Yah, whose name was John. This is John the Baptist. Can you scroll up? Just for that life, there was a man, just to put a wrapping around, there was a man sent from whose name was John. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. This was fulfilled. This is the prophecy that Elijah shall come back before the Messiah is born. So we know that John was born 6 months before the Mashiach, and John was actually his first cousin. So John came to bear witness of the light, of that light. So go down to 12. But as, okay, it says, the true light, he came to bear witness of the light. But as many as received him, to them gave the power to become sons of God, even to them that believed on his name. I believe this is the first text that referenced believers as the sons of God. In the Old Testament, when the Bible talks about the sons of God, of course, we know he was talking about the angels as being the sons of God. When they appeared before Job in Genesis 6, but this is the first time we see that the Mashiach, that by believing on him, by trusting in him, he gave power to them that believe to become God's sons, which were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man.
So we lost your audio again, Ak.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you repeat that last part? And,
Yeah. Yeah.
And how much more you got to go after that?
This is it.
Oh, this is it? Okay. So can you repeat the last part that you did, please?
Yeah. But as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even them that believed on his name. I had just said that this is the first scripture text where believers are referred to as the sons of God. This particular phrase in the Old Testament was always referring to the angels as being the sons of God, which were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. This is dealing with the same conversation that the Mashiach had with Nicodemus about being born again, not of flesh, but of the spirit and of the water. And the word was made flesh, and it dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory of the only begotten of the Father, Yakid, full of grace and truth. So I do believe where in Isaiah it talks about the virgin birth, I do believe in it. That, as a matter of fact, I'm not sure if y'all are aware of this, but there has been revealed some historical evidence of them finding the Ark of the Covenant. Have y'all heard it?
I haven't heard about it. Has anybody heard about it? Y'all don't be shy to speak up, y'all.
I haven't heard about it.
I've heard that the Ethiopians have it.
No, yeah, no. This ark, according to what they saying. Now, of course, I can only go by. It was actually found in 1984. It's just been released. The ark, whatever we thought it looked like, or however in the past they revealed how it looked like with the cherubims sitting on top of the ark. That's wrong. That looks nothing like the ark that I seen. Actually, they found it under Mount Golgotha, the crucifixion mountain, the face of the skull, the same mountain supposedly that Abraham was supposed to offer Isaac upon. It's the same mountain that he was crucified upon. They found the ark inside the mountain 20 yards down in a cave that they discovered to be Jeremiah's cave. And it says that when the Babylonians invaded Judea, Jeremiah placed the ark and everything else that was in the most holies with the ark in this cave, along with Goliath's sword that measured out to be a little more than 5 feet long. The stuff, everything is still supposed to be in the mountain. There's blood on top of the mercy seat. Evidently, they say when the Mashiach, the ground opened, when they pierced his side, the blood dripped down on the cross, down to the ground, through the opening of the ground. It dripped 20 yards down and fell on the left side of the mercy seat. According to them, this blood has been tested, and it only has 24 chromosomes. Now, this blood is supposed to be older 2,000 years. So this blood really, in all intents and purposes, should be dead. There should be no life in the blood. So no way they should have been able to discover chromosomes. But evidently the blood is still alive and active. And it only had the 23 chromosomes, the 22 plus the 1, that it received from the mother. 1 Y chromosome that received from the father with no other 22 strands. So it only had the X from the mother plus the 22 and a Y from the father with nothing else.
Okay. Well, thanks for that information. Can you talk a little bit about 1 through 5, and then I'll start with the Genesis part? Is that okay? Specifically about what I'm interested in is, in the beginning was the Word, because that will segue nicely into my part.
Okay. All right. No problem. Can y'all hear me? Because I just got a message letting me know that my internet was out.
Yeah, I hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you.
In the beginning was the Word. The Word is the spoken word of Yah, is what Yah spoke. We know in Genesis, the Bible says that Yah spoke creation into creation. Whatever he said, it came to pass. He created everything with word. So that's the word. Now, this word is a Greek word, which is logos, dealing with the word theology, or the study of Yah, or God. with the word ology, dealing with the word, that word logos, logic, meaning that the intelligence of Yah, or the express mind, an image of the thoughts of Yah, dealing with the word knowledge, and logos meaning one, or one with God. So it's a Greek word, come from the word logic or ology. So as we look at that, we see that it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with Yah, and the Word was Yah. Logos, you see that? That's dealing with the mind of the Word, the intelligence of the Word, the intellect, the express image, as in Colossians, which Colossians 1 says that he was the express image of Yah. So in the beginning was the Word, that Word, it was with Yah, and that Word was Yah. And then it says, the same was in the beginning with Yah. All things were made by him, because he is the Word that Yah spoke. I believe there's a scripture in Romans that deals with whatever Yah spoke, he called those things that be not as though they were. And then Paul said, by the same Spirit we believe, and therefore we speak. Meaning that if Yah is within us, we should be able to manifest what we speak. That's what Paul is talking about, the same as the apostles did after the resurrection of Christ. So in the beginning was the Word. All things were made by him. Without him was not anything made that was made. That's just a simple way of saying that he made everything, even what you don't see that exists. He made that too. Just because we don't see it, it don't mean it ain't real. In him was life, and the life was the light of men, and that light shined in the darkness. And then it says that Word became flesh, and it dwelt among us for the express purpose of dying for us. Somebody had to pay the sin debt, and he volunteered, as it says in the word Bereshit, by his own hand, he willingly suffered the death on the cross. I'm finished, man.
Okay, thanks a lot, Oxtan. Does anybody have any questions or comments for or against what our brother presented?
No, I just have a question, not against, but a question. In his presentation, he said that we knew where God was when he created the heavens and the earth. Back in the very beginning, when you were breaking down Darrell-El and
What's your question?
Judy, we can't hear you, sis.
oh, I don't know where he was when he created the heavens and the earth. Where was he?
He was where things are. These things that do appear, these are the things that he made. So he was there. understanding that God presides out of time, space, and distance. So even when he told Moses, I am, or I'll be what I'll be, he was there in the midst of creation. After he created it, it says in the cool of the day, his spirit walked among the face of the deep. Or he walked in the garden. His spirit walked in the garden and had fellowship with Adam. So he was there where this world is. Huh?
I said, but this was after he created it.
Yeah, but wherever the things he made, where they preside, I believe he was there. Even though they wasn't there, he was there. One might call it heaven. Heaven is so vast, there's no end of heaven. There's no beginning of heaven. So, I mean, that was just in the response of these modern rabbis and their attempt to change scripture. They want to take the word Bereshit out of scripture because they know what Bereshit implies. So they want to say, instead of saying in the beginning, they want to say where God was. And I don't see how anybody, that's my point, can say where he was other than he's there. He's here.
Okay, can we, how about Kenneth or Shara? Well, Shara, do you have a question or comment or anything you want to add to the discussion, sis?
All right, hey, yourself, can you act, I mean, can she how she feel about what I said, or she, you know?
Oh, sure. I thought you guys were done with it. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted her reply on what I said. Like, I don't know if we can say where God is or what. You know, he's where he is. Do you understand that?
Go ahead, Judith. We can't hear you, sis.
I was asking it because of the way you said it so implicitly, like we all know where he was when he created heaven and the earth.
Yeah, well, yeah. I guess I was just assuming, being Hebrew, you know, I'm not sure if anybody can actually say where God is. You know, Yah is. But other than the fact that he was where he was where he was supposed to be. Right? I mean, I'm not belittling what, you know, I'm just trying to answer the question as best as I can, because I really can't say where he was.
You have anything else to say or comment about that, Judy? We can't hear you. So if you, okay, we hear you now.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else to say about Stan's answer to your question?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I thought I was ignorant of a verse or something that.
Oh, no, yeah. No, you good. No, yeah.
Okay, so let's have that. Thanks, Judy. Let's, Shara, can you go next?
Yeah, I'll go next. Just stop me if it's, I didn't time myself or anything. So just stop me. Can anybody hear the static that I'm hearing? I don't know.
Yeah, you breaking up.
I can hear it.
It's me, is it?
I don't know, but it's a lot of static. I hear it too.
Judy, can you mute your microphone, please, sis? I think it's coming from Judy's mic. Okay, go ahead, Shar.
Okay, so I'll just get started. First off, I would like to say that you know, since we're discussing Genesis and then John, that Genesis is like much contained in the Old Testament. It's like it's an overview of occurrences. Actually, it's quite possible, and I know it is, that between 2 chapters, even 2 verses, hundreds, or even, you know, I won't say thousands, but hundreds of years could have taken place when we read what it is that we read in the Bible. And this is, in my opinion, what makes it necessary to read other books ascribed to our ancestors, such as the Apocrypha, Jasher, Jubilees, Enoch, etc., so that we can fill in the information. It's not just the Bible per se, but all of the books that our ancestors had, you know, when they were looking over scriptures, the scrolls. We have to study those too. It's also important to be able to use in proper context Isaiah 28:10 that says that precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little. This is because right before this verse, you know, Isaiah 28:10 and verse 9, it begs to question, whom shall he teach knowledge, and whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. Who is that? Well, babies. I mean, babies are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. So if we don't approach the Bible as babies, you know, in that sense, needing help, knowing nothing, babies don't know nothing. They get what they get from their mother, you know. We won't get the knowledge and understanding that we need to get from the Most High if we don't approach things like that, approach his scripts like that. We won't know and understand his doctrine because of how he's going to communicate with us, how he does communicate with us. We can look at Isaiah 28:11, which says, for with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people. I am going to get to Genesis. I just wanted to prelude.
Can you explain that? What the scripture's saying with stammering lips?
Yes. When you look
upon
up,
precept?
yeah, when you look up stammering lips in the Hebrew, well, for those who've given study to the ancient Hebrew language, such as I have by being in Yosapa's classes, you'll see that the pictographs come together to mean that he speaks to us and gives us revelation over and over again by moving us in this direction, giving us knowledge, then taking us in another direction and giving us more knowledge.
That's not what I'm saying. Evidently, when he's saying in stammering tongues, that would be would that be legible or illegible?
Yes, well, for those who want to study it, it's like more Hebrew than anything. For those who want to study it for themselves, the Hebrew words are shapaha, which is lip, and la'aga, which is stammering. Now, together, these words and the pictographs associated with them, they give credibility to how we are supposed to study precept upon precept and line upon line, here a little and there a little. It's exactly how he told us he would lead us and speak to us.
Okay. No, what I was saying was put precept to this particular text, it would take me to Acts 2.
Which precept to Isaiah 28:11, you mean?
The scripture right here, we says, with stammering lips and another tongue will I speak to my people. I would use a precept, I would think of Acts 2, the day of Pentecost, when he spoke to them with tongues of fire, stammering lips. So what took place on that day?
Can I interrupt you guys? In this lesson, I would like for it to be just a presentation and not a challenge.
Okay. Yeah, I was just
everybody can agree to that.
Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'd rather just stick to what I talked about, but
Well, actually, what I like about you, Stan, is your your passion.
yeah, well, yeah. I guess you didn't know I took your class too.
So, Shara, go ahead. If we could all agree not to challenge, but let each other present their ideas, and then at the end, if we want to have a discussion, questions, and things like that, we can
Yeah.
take that approach if everybody doesn't mind doing it that way. So, Shara, could you continue, please?
Okay. Well, like I was saying, if you look at the words themselves, shapata and la'aga, together, that's stammering lips. And when you put all of those pictographs together, these words and the pictographs associated with them, it gives credibility to, like I said, how we're supposed to study. The Hebrew word for precept is tazawa. Taza means hunt. Wa means secure or establish. We have to hunt throughout the scriptures to establish and secure what the Most High is trying to say to us through his word. And he uses another tongue. Tongue is just what it is. It's a language. So he uses the English language. That's what we're all subject to when we study his scripture, unless you know some other languages. But that's all that the word tongue means. And stammering, put those together, it just means that, like I said, he's going to take you here, he's going to take you there, you know. But let me see, I didn't put it in the presentation, but let me see. Stammering, like I said, la'aga is the, and I was using my book, my Hebrew book, or we got, you know, the 911 Ibaryath. But, and I didn't want to go into so much Hebrew, and this will be it. But with the stammering, la'aga, I didn't put it in, so let me look at each pictograph quickly, and I'll get back on point. When you look at la, it's toward, it's moving in a certain direction. That's part of the meaning that we got out of the 911. That's one of the ways in which our ancestors used that pictograph, moving in a certain direction. Now, when you get to, and that's the Most High guiding us in the direction that he would have us go. Remember, we're yoked to him. So he's teaching us, he's leading us, he's taking us toward this way, that way, going in certain directions. That's the la. And then you go to the ah, and well, like I said, that's teaching. That's the strength, the strength of our teacher who is teaching us, walking with us. Like I said, taking us to and fro in this word with, well, I don't even know how else to say it, but stammering lips, he said that's how he's going to relate to us. That's how he's going to teach us. So you have to be able to, number one, follow him, and you have to be able to rightly divide the word of truth. And other ways, well, just like it is today, people gonna come up with everything. We got so many different people who believe this scripture means this, and no, it doesn't mean that, and everybody argues, right? So everybody has their take on what he's saying in the scriptures, but everybody has to have some type of foundation, and that's just what I go by. I know that he doesn't just focus on one particular thing, but we take the whole Bible and we use it to study, with him being the one to lead us to do so. But anyway, I'll get off of that. Anyway, let's go to Genesis 1:1, which says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Now, if there's a beginning, there's an end. However, as Stanford was saying, The Most High was always there. So what is this the beginning of? Time, as we know it, that is, because he's not bound by it or subject to it, but he has created it and allowed it to be for us to use it as we should. And that's a whole nother thing, how we going to use the time and how we look at time as far as the creation and what happened when and what. This is still, we got to let him lead us. We got to let him guide us into how we looking at these scriptures. And I'm not saying I look at them right and I got all the answers. All I'm saying is everybody needs to, well, I always say they need to work out their own salvation with fear and trembling, because we
yeah.
stand before him for ourselves. But like I said, in the beginning, if there's a beginning, there's an end, but he's outside of that. That's for us. And in the beginning is when everything started. When he created time, that's when it started. Because before he created time, there was just him. And as the sister was asking, I mean, I can't really say, but he was there.
Okay. Can I ask you something? So you're saying that he created time before the 5th verse?
Yes, he created time in the beginning. That's when it came. Yeah.
So what is the 5th verse pertaining to?
Let me see.
The 5th chapter, 5th verse of chapter 1.
Stan, can we hold our questions till after she's finished, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get to the point.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So he was outside of time, but he created it, and that's when things began. That's when, that's when things began. And I'd also like to point out the word God in this verse. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Now, God is the Hebrew word for God is Elohim in our ancient language. That's Elohim.
Right.
Now, without turning this into a long and drawn out lesson in our language, the Hebrew language, I'll just say that the translators didn't do the best job here of using words in English that really get to the root of what the word God means. They could have easily substituted the word power, and you can, when you look up the word, you can replace it with whatever word that is as true to you as it concerns his name. We did the study in Yasop's class, and when we did the 10 Commandments with what words we should use, because our people didn't use abstract things like God. They didn't use that. They used more verbs than anything.
Agreed.
So we had to come to a conclusion with ourselves or with the class as to what word would fit there, more readily fit there. So like I said, without turning it into a Hebrew language, but they could have easily substituted the word power in place of the word God. And not only that, but also the Hebrew word Elohim is a plural word, meaning there was more than one God or power operating when time was put into place.
Exactly. Exactly. I agree with everything you're saying.
In the beginning, the gods created heaven and earth. Right. That would have even been closer to what the scripture is actually saying. And this can be seen, I'm going to jump down a little bit in Genesis, but if you look at Genesis 1:26, it just goes to show, and God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. So now either, well, I ain't gonna say what's going on. All I know is that if you look up the word God in the Hebrew, it's Elohim, which is a plural word meaning more than one, which would indicate why he said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. But I'll go back up to Genesis and go to verse 2. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Now here we do see one of those entities introduced in verse 2, and that's the Spirit. I believe that according to my studies, that there were three when time began: the Most High, His Son, and the Spirit. But I'm gonna just stave that off, and that's what I'm using for the Spirit. And I know that the Son was there too, but I'll talk about it a little bit later. Now, this verse 2, indicates that something has happened between verse 1 and verse 2. Like I mentioned before, a lot of things are, Genesis is an overview. Bring in the other scriptures throughout the Bible, or even our other books that were used by our ancestors, you're going to miss it. You're not going to get it. So something definitely happened between verse 1 and verse 2 that Genesis doesn't outright tell us. However, we know that anything that the Most High, or the Son of the Most High, or the Spirit of the Most High does is not going to be without form and void and dark. He doesn't, that's not our God. That's not our power. And when you look up these words in the Hebrew, you see words such as worthless, confusion, empty place, vanity, waste, and wilderness. You can find all of these words when you go to the words in this scripture. Like I said, void and darkness was on the face of the deep. You can go to the Hebrew Strong's 84:14, and you can see those for yourself. But I know that I don't ascribe the Most High creating anything that's void and dark, you know. So I know that something else happened here in verse 2. So what happened to the Most High's creation between verse 1 and verse 2? Now I'm jumping out of Genesis. I'm coming back, but I'm going to go to Isaiah 14, chapter 14, verse 12 through 14. Just to shed a little light on what I personally believe happened. And it says in Isaiah chapter 14, starting at verse 12, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nation? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High." Now, these are big plans by not only Lucifer, Satan, but at his disposal, he has a third of the angels that with him, as indicated in, I'm still jumping around a little bit because this is how I do precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little, how I believe the Most High wants us to study. So, like I said, he had, Satan had big plans, but he also took a third of the angels with him when he was booted out of heaven. And there are so many scriptures to back that up, but I can't go to them all, and I want to be as brief as possible, so I don't take up all the time. But if you go to Revelation, first of all, if you go to Revelation 12:4, do your own study on the stars of heaven, the dragon, and the significance of such things in order to get a clear revelation from the Most High. I'm only here to give my revelation, and I don't intend to force it on anybody, only to lay it out as I've come to understand Scripture. Anyway, Revelation 12:4, "And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven and did cast them to the earth." And so to shed a little light on what Satan was up to once he was cast to the earth, and we don't know exactly which day of creation this happened.
And I'm not hearing her. She's breaking up. Are y'all hearing her? Yeah.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, but when you started on this particular section and the one before, you was breaking up. I only heard half parts.
Yesapa, can anybody else? Nobody else is saying anything.
No, ain't no.
I can hear you now.
Did you hear breaking up before?
It was a little bit.
Yeah.
I hear it fine.
What you said, go back one.
You
Go
want me
back
to go back?
to, you was talking about he drew the third party.
Oh, yes. Revelation 12:4. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven and did cast them to the earth.
Mm-hmm.
This was, when Satan was kicked out of heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And it, like I said, it's so many scriptures that go into that, but it would be a whole extra teaching I would have to do. I would be all over the place and not trying, I want to stick to Genesis 1, and even now I'm bringing in different things. But if you do your own study on the stars of heaven and the dragon, which he is identified as, he has many names, but dragon, and maybe some of you have done the studies on all the different names of Satan, but to shed light on what he was up to once he was cast to the earth. Now, first of all of that creating in Genesis chapter 1, we go through, and I'm not going to go through it all. Like I said, it'll take a long time, but we know there was day 1, there was day 2, there was day 3, all the way up until, day 7 when he rested. And this, in my opinion, and from what I read, this didn't just happen like I said, you have to rightly divide the word of truth. And when this was happening, there's a scripture that says one day with the Lord is as 1,000 years. And this wasn't just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. This took some doing. This took some time. It took 7,000 years for all of this to happen. And at some point, Satan was he rebelled in heaven. And however he did it, I ain't trying to go into that, but I've heard teachings on that too. However he did it, he convinced a third of the angels to come with him when he was kicked out. So when he was kicked out of heaven, he's down here. The Most High obviously was not even done with his creating. Because like I said, this happened somewhere between verse 1 and verse 2, because the Most High ain't doing nothing that's void and wasteless. And, those words that we can look up in the Hebrew that have nothing to do with the Most High, darkness and void and all of that. So Satan was up to something while he was down here. He said he was going to be like the Most High. He wants to be the creator. He wants to do his own thing according to what he was up there once before. So he was privy to the way some things were done according to whenever he was thrown out. So he gets down here and he's gonna build his nest above the stars and he's gonna be like the Most High, so on and so forth. But after being privy to all that was going on in heaven and what the Most High was doing, let's just go, and I am going to get back to Genesis. I promise I am. But let's go to Jeremiah 4. Jeremiah, because it's going to link up with verse 2, Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. Jeremiah 4, verse 23 through 26. It says, I beheld the earth, and lo, it was without form and void. The same thing that Genesis chapter 1 and verse 2 was saying. And the heavens, and they had no light. I beheld the mountains, and lo, they trembled, and all the hills moved lightly. I beheld, and lo, there was no man. So obviously Adam hadn't been created yet. And all
Can you tell me where you are? What's the scripture?
Yeah, she's cutting out again.
Huh?
This is Jeremiah chapter 4, verse 23
Okay. All right.
through 26.
Is it
So
real?
this is Jeremiah giving his view of what he's seeing in the spirit, what the Most High showed him, whatever. This is Jeremiah's view. He said, I beheld the earth, and lo, it was without form. So he saw this at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And it was void, and the heavens, they had no light. I beheld the mountains, and lo, they trembled, and all the hills moved lightly. I beheld, and lo, there was no man. And like I said, so this was at a point where Adam wasn't there. So that part of creation hadn't happened yet. And all the birds of the heavens were fled. So, okay, I'll just keep going. I beheld, and lo, the fruitful place was a wilderness, and all the cities thereof were broken down at the presence of the Lord and by his fierce anger. So I link this to Genesis 1 and 2, and all that void and wasteless and those other Hebrew words that are associated with the words used in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, to be the doing of Satan. And because that doesn't sound like something that my power, I call him Ahia. Y'all call him, I'm sure everybody has their, what they call him. And I might say God every now and then. Hopefully you get what I'm saying. I ain't trying to offend nobody. But all the birds were gone. The mountains trembled. To me, this sounds like Satan trying to do his thing. And it's all in darkness. Nothing is good of it. You know how when the Most High created, we'll read in Genesis how everything was good when he did it. So to me, this is when Satan was down here and things were just chaotic with him doing whatever he was trying to do to be like the Most High. Now, so like I said, at some point he revolted, was cast down, began to devise and do his own plan, trying to be like the Most High. Think about part of the Most High's creation. The birds had fled. Think about how the mountains trembled. Think about what would have been fruitful was at this time a wilderness. Think about how whatever Lucifer and his third of the others were down here doing was absolutely in a dark contrast to what the Most High's creation was to be once he would actually finish his creation, in spite of whatever Lucifer, Satan, the devil was trying to do. But to move on with the story of creation, okay, we can go back to Genesis 1 and start at verse 3. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. Now remember, God is a power. There are three powers operating here. Now, which one said, "Let there be light"? Was it the Father? Was it the Son? Was it the Spirit? And I'll talk a little bit about that later when we go to John chapter 1. John chapter 1. As far as who this is, and I'm still learning stuff too, so I'm not gonna be all, this is it, this is it. This is what I'm taking to be true for what I'm reading. But anyway, one of the powers said, one of the Elohim said, "Let there be light," and there was light. So darkness shined on, everything, whatever was dark, now there is light. And God saw, verse 4, and God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. So it's not like, the way I see it, it's not like God said, "Yeah, we got to have dark. We got to have darkness." There's nothing dark about him. This was part of Satan's doing, and the Most High doing what he was going to do in spite of what Satan called himself doing. So he divided it. In the midst of the darkness, in the midst of what Satan had done and was trying to do, one of the powers in the heaven, spoke the light into existence that shed light in the darkness occupied by Satan. That's all I'm trying to say. In verse 5, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. Now, I'm not going to go through every day that was done, but it is so much packed into this creation thing. And I'd like to take a pause here and just make a little aside as to why some people, like myself, celebrate a day as starting in the evening when it's about to get dark, when the sun goes down. Going down to the next evening, we look at sundown to sundown as a day because of what we see in verse 5. The evening and the morning were the first day. So the day starts actually when it's getting dark. The day
Is that
starts.
what they're saying?
Somebody say something?
So yeah, no, I was saying, is that what they're saying? But go ahead, I'm wrong. I shouldn't ask you a question. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, and remember, this is just how I believe the Most High has led me to see, you know.
I understand. I start my Sabbath in the morning and I end it in the evening.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, and that was just a little aside. Now,
Right.
if we do this again in the future, I'd like to talk about the creation involved in those 7 days, what I know to be 7,000 years, covering the Ice Age, the creation of hell for future judgment, what scientists call evolution or the Big Bang Theory. I'm just not prepared for it now, and it would take way too long. But everything is packed in that creation story in Genesis 1, even 2. But Yasapa is going to be talking about, everybody here, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, if we do it again, maybe I'll be more prepared to talk about that. But I did want to hit on some key points.
You made some interesting comments. I know that.
Yeah, and Satan's part in it. And also before I deal with John 1 through 5, I wanted to look at part of the Most High's creation and what Satan was trying to create while trying to be like the Most High. And this is Genesis 2 and 9. So I'm skipping down there a bit. Genesis 2 and 9, chapter 2, verse 9. And out of the ground made the Most High power, or a higher, I call it a higher. Out of the ground made the Most High power to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, and if you go down to Genesis 16 chapters, or same chapter, just verse 16 and 17, and the Most High power commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die. It's so much to say there too. That tree, let me just stick on that. I wanted to bring this out to show that at some point while Hasatan was doing what he was doing down here, he actually planted the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, not the Most High. Now, I don't know if anybody has this book. I have it. And if you don't have it, maybe it can be found online. I don't know. But this is just proving that Satan planted this tree in the garden, not the Most High. This can be found in 3rd Baruch. That's one of our books that our ancestors used. 3rd Baruch chapter 4. I don't know if you can pull it up, Yasapa. Can you?
You got a verse?
Yeah, it's 3rd Baruch chapter 4, verse 8 and 9.
But usually these don't show up.
Okay.
I can get
I have it in hard copy. I'll read it, but you guys will have it if you ever get your hands on 3rd Baruch. There's first Baruch, 2nd Baruch, and 3rd Baruch. When you read, well, I'll read it. 3rd Baruch 4, 8 through 9. It says, and this is Baruch being led around by one of the angels of the Most High, and this is how it reads. And I said, I pray thee, show me which is the tree which led Adam astray. And the angel said to me, it is the vine which the angel Samuel planted. Now you do your study on the word, on who Samuel is. It totally is the devil. But do your own research and you'll see. Anyway, the angel said to me, it is the vine which the angel Samuel planted, whereat the Lord God was angry, and he cursed him and his plant, while also on this account he did not permit Adam to touch it. And therefore the devil, being envious, deceived him through this time.
That's strange. I don't have a third Baruch.
Yeah, it's out there.
Oh, it's a separate book because it's not in my Sefer.
Effort,
I got first and second Baruch.
if it's I have it, but these are one of the books we use, but I don't know if that's the pseudepigrapha. I don't think it's the pseudepigrapha.
Yeah, it's not in the Apocrypha.
Can you please take a picture of that?
Rishon and Sanayan.
You said put the picture of what up, sis?
Pardon me, Sarah, can you please take a picture of it and show it to us maybe? I can screenshot it. If you can.
Yeah, because it's not in my Bible.
I can screenshot it. I don't have my Apocrypha with me. But I would appreciate it.
Yeah, it has to be in the, it must be in the pseudepigrapha. Because these are selections. Let me hold on. Just a second. Now this probably isn't going to help though, because somebody compiled this for me because I have all of the books in the pseudepigrapha compiled here in this thick book for me. There's an actual pseudepigrapha and a lot of people have it. I also have the Apocrypha compiled here. I have the actual Apocrypha also. I'll have to get that.
Zoom in on that verse.
No, this was made by a sister in my church.
I got a King James with the Apocrypha.
What were you reading from? What were you reading from? Can you zoom in on that?
I'll say I got a 1611.
But I want to verse what the sister is reading from. Excuse me. I'm asking her if she could zoom in on what she was reading so I could screenshot it. If possible, please.
Oh, the actual everything that I read?
Yes, please, if possible.
Oh, let me get it.
Thank you.
Baruch. Third Baruch, chapter 4, verse. Okay, I don't know that you'll be able to see it because the words are kind of little.
Right there, hold it there.
Yeah, it's not.
Let me highlight it because these words are really little.
I'm pretty sure I got it.
Huh?
It's not even in my 1611.
Hold on.
It's in this section right here. This is chapter 4 of third Baruch, but it's in here.
Hey, Shark, can you take a picture and email it to me, and I'll try to include it in the video when we put it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I got the 1611 and the Sefer, and there's no third Baruch. There's a 1 and 2.
Well, somebody made a third Baruch, and I wish I had it myself, but people have it, and I couldn't afford it. Whatever happened then. This was some years ago when I first started studying who I was and who our people are and everything. And somebody actually just did everyone the service of putting all of the books that we didn't have together. So, and I never got third Baruch, just my own hard copy. So I'm sorry about that, but let me know if one of you find third Baruch, because it's out there somewhere, and maybe I'll search for it myself to find it.
Okay, thank you.
So, okay, I'll keep going because
Go ahead.
I don't. But anyways, that gives credibility to the fact that, because people blame, oh, what kind of God would say, I'm gonna put this tree here, but don't touch it, or I'm gonna curse you. That's not the God I know, not the power I serve. That don't even make sense. But anyway.
He says his ways are not our ways, and so, but go ahead. I'm enjoying it. Come on. Interesting.
Okay. So I think I'm just going to go on to John 1:1 now. But like I said, if we get together another time, we can really break down that story of creation each day.
Would love
Because
to.
in that, what'd you say?
No, I said would love to. Would love to.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
We can talk about each day, but I'm not going to stay there. I'm going to add scriptures throughout the Bible that are going to talk about, like I said, the ice age and all the things that the Most High didn't leave anything out when he did his creation, and it took much longer than most people think that it took. When you go into Jubilees, that's the Most High's time. That's the time that he operates on once time did start. He ain't necessarily on our time. And furthermore, there's a scripture that says they shall think to change times and laws.
And they did that.
That one.
Yeah, they
you
did
know
that.
about that one?
Uh-huh.
Right. So he doesn't change, and his stuff is always the same. It's from Jubilee to Jubilee to Jubilee. And that's the only way he looks at time.
I think Daniel 9:7.
Huh?
I think it's in Daniel chapter 9.
Yeah. And so those Jubilees contain a lot. Every 50 years from the time Yeshaya was born, I call him Yeshaya, from the time Moses was born, from the time the law was given, all of that can be found in Jubilees, but it's referenced in Genesis. And like I said, Genesis is like an overview. If you don't use Jubilees and other books, you're not gonna get it. So I'm going to stop with the creation story. I just picked out the things I really wanted to focus on, and now I'll go to John 1:1, where it says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men, and the light shineth in darkness." That's that same darkness that Satan was doing, and the darkness comprehended it not. Okay, so I already established that there was not only one being in the beginning. It is accepted, at least by me it is, that the Most High created time, and at that point he brought forth his first begotten, which we read about here. That would be the Word, who we call, well, some people say Jesus, I say Yeshaya. You know, he brought him forth as the first begotten. And when you look at that word God, it could be, when you look at it in the Hebrew, you could be talking about angels, you could be talking about the God in heaven, our power. You have to be able to know, you have to use the context and all of that to know which one you're talking about at any given time. And actually somebody right now is doing, I don't know if anybody is into that, but somebody's doing a Bible that uses supposedly uses the true names when they say God every time. Is it they put the name of either the Most High, his son, or is it talking about the gods that fell with Satan? Or, like I said, that word God can be used in many different ways. But in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. That Word is who I call Yeshaya. He's the one, he was given a task. All three of them, there are powers there. This is how I see it. And the Word, you can go in different directions, I guess, but when it said, "Let there be light," I'm not sure if the Most High said it or if Yeshaya said it. You know, the Son said it. I would think the Son said it, because most people, a lot of people, I would say, look at him as the Word. And it says, "And the Word was with God." That's just saying the Word was with that other power. You know, just forget about the word God right here. In the beginning was the Word, in the beginning was Yeshaya, and Yeshaya was with God, and Yeshua was God, meaning Yeshua was just another one of the powers. He was not the one and only true power. And so I'm not ever gonna, believe that the Son is the Father. They are three, I say three because I'm including the Spirit too. Three different entities. They're all on one accord. And when it talks about them being one, that's just talking about agreement, how they agree. But that doesn't mean they all have the same function. That wouldn't make sense. And you can't, when you read the scriptures, anybody who tries to call the Son the Father, they ain't rightly dividing the word of truth. He's his own. That's a whole different function of the Godhead. That's what I call it, the Godhead. It says this, verse 2 said the same was in the beginning with God. Same thing. He was there with him when time started. All things were made by him. So to me, that's telling me that Yeshua did all this speaking, and he made this and he made that. Everything we see, everything we don't see, the spiritual realm. It was his duty to do that part. And without him was not anything made that was made. Nothing happened without him. I can't get away from the fact that there is a Son of God, and I never want to, because everything else would fall apart, and I'd have to start making other things true for me that can be done, but I just think it's not right. It would be error on my part. But verse 4, in him was the life, and the life was the light of men. We get life from him, however you want to word that. But he is the reason. There are so many other scriptures, but I'm going to stick in John, just introducing who the Son is. But the light shineth in the darkness. He did that. Who turned on the lights? Yeshua was the light. When all that darkness and that void and destruction was going on, it was him that the Most High gave the power to shine in the darkness. And of course, darkness comprehended it not. I'm sure they were just like, whoa, what just happened, when he was down here trying to do what he was doing. I'm going to stop there. It's a whole lot more to be said about those three, but that's not what we here for today. I know Yesapa is probably like, he has his own stuff to bring forth, but that's just how I see some of the things how I've seen some of the things that I've done in my own study, or that I feel like the Most High has shown me in his word. I'll stop there though. I'm done.
Okay, I appreciate that. So does anybody have any questions or comments for Shara?
Quite a few.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Kenneth.
All right. In John 1, where it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was the beginning with God. And then down to 13, where it says, which were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God.
Mm-hmm.
And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. And he beheld his glory, and the glory was of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. And let me see. Go back to Genesis 1. Throughout Genesis 1, people would say that the Most High did his creation through his words.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, would you say that the words of the Most High was a manifestation of his creation through words was the manifestation of his power?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So, and where it says that word became flesh, would you agree that the Messiah, he was the manifestation of the Most High's power or his word? Okay.
You mean when he came to earth?
Yes.
Oh.
But through through a mortal body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, I have Colossians 1:16.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Express image.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
All right. So it says, "For by him were all things created, that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. All things were created by him and for him." Would you say that when the Spirit of God moved upon the faces of the water, it was an act of that same manifestation throughout the entire chapter of chapter 1?
Well, yeah, wait, you're asking me about the spirit or the manifestation of the spirit?
No, I'm saying I'm talking about where he was speaking creation. Would you say that the Spirit of God moved upon the faces of the water? Would you say that those are all the same manifestations of his power in that chapter?
Yeah, different manifestations of his power.
All right. Let me see. Now, I don't subscribe to a Trinitarian doctrine, but one thing I kind of thought was interesting was in John 14, when he was talking to them, and he said that, let me go to it. Okay, he said, "I will pray to the Father, and he shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever, even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him. But ye know him, for he dwell with you and shall be in you. I will not leave you comfortless, I will come to you." Can I get your
Yeah, my opinion is such that can you put it on the screen, Yasapa, what he just read?
What's the verse?
John 14 and 16 through 18.
It's when he gave the Ruach.
Yeah, that's how I see it. He said, "And I pray the Father." So that right there is enough to know that they're two separate beings. This is Yeshaya praying to the Father, saying he's going to give you another comforter, which I know to be the Spirit, that he may abide with you forever. I don't look at the Spirit as a he. When you look that word up in the Greek, it means that one, because with my study of other scriptures, I believe that spirit is a feminine spirit, but I ain't gonna go into that. You asked me about this. This is Yeshaya praying to the Father, saying, "I'm leaving, but I'm gonna send the Spirit that," I'll say he because it's there on the page, "that he may abide with you forever. Even the Spirit of truth." The Spirit of truth is the one that leads us into our studies, helps us to study. Yeshaya is gone, but the Spirit is here. It's not going anywhere. It's here for each of us, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not. Nobody can see the Spirit, and neither knoweth him, because everybody is so hands-on. If you can't see it, they ain't thinking, what a spirit, what? And then especially me sitting here saying it's a feminine spirit, all the stuff that goes along with the spirit, people just ain't into that. They don't receive, I'm gonna say her, they don't receive her. But she is who the Yeshaya sent back here once he went there. "I will not leave you comfortless, I will come to you." And that's how I look at it. And as it is in heaven, so shall it be on earth. Everything in heaven, that whole structure of the Most High, his Son, and feminine spirit, the Holy Spirit, is no different than down here, husband, wife, and don't get crazy on me. I ain't trying to say that the Most High and the Holy Spirit came together having intercourse or none. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying what we see on earth is a direct representation of what goes on in the heavens. He did that for us to let us know that this is how you know how I do things and who I am. There is no like man versus man. Y'all know about the homosexuality and stuff, and that's what they wanted to portray when they say he, dealing with the spirit. There was no three he's in heaven. That's some other crazy stuff also to be talked about at another time. But the spirit, from what I study, is feminine, and she leads us. She is wisdom. All these things you can read about her, and it makes sense to me, but that's who came after he left, in my opinion.
Okay, anyone else have any questions, or can we move on? Anybody? Any questions, or can we move on? If not, we'll move forward. You're on mute, Stan.
Okay, I just got back. Actually, I was knocked off.
Okay. You have any?
I got a couple questions.
Can we make it brief, you guys? Because
Yeah.
I think we're more than an hour into it.
Yeah, I just wanted to just say that in the Greek, it is masculine in terms of the spirit. I know some people, they equate the spirit to the female wisdom, but be careful, because in Egyptology you have Osiris, Isis, and Horus, which Isis is the spirit, the female spirit who produced, and Osiris was resurrected from the dead. So that is carrying over, and the Catholic Church is carrying that over. That's why they pray to the Black Madonna in the Vatican. They don't want y'all to know that though. But what you were saying in Genesis, where I think 126, it said, let us make man. Can you hear me? Let us make man in our image. So that's to imply that we were made in the image of the Most High. So what is your thoughts? What does that mean if you was to put that in common language? Being made in the image of the Most High. Are you talking that he has eyes, nose, mouth, as we do, or we resemble him in some manner?
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
Okay, so if I ask you, are you one person or are you three? How would you respond?
I would respond by saying there are three that bear record in heaven. And I don't know what scripture that is. And then there are three that bear record in the earth, the water, the spirit, and the blood. That is what I am made up of: water, spirit, and blood. But the water is the water, the spirit is the spirit, the blood is the blood. They come together to make me. So
you would say that you have a body,
yes.
You have a mind,
yeah,
and you have a spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And God should have a body, he should have a mind, and he should have a spirit. Because we are made in his image, we should reflect that same common attributes that he reflects. So we do know that we are flesh, but we do know that we are more than just flesh. We can exist beyond, outside the flesh, not here on earth. We need a body to function on earth. But at the same time, we do have a spirit. And we do have a mind, a conscious. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is that it?
No, so I'm gonna be quick. I'm gonna be quick. So you also have a voice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I ask you, who said, ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country, what would you say? Who said
One of
that?
them presidents said that, right?
If I ask you, who's the person that said, I had a dream, what would you say?
Martin Luther King.
Right, and he's identified by his what?
What he said. You talking about his voice?
By his voice, by his words, right?
Yeah.
Are you not identified by your voice? If
Yeah.
you were a queen and you gave me directions to go do something in your name, I would be coming in whose authority? If you sent me to do something in your name, because you're the queen, in whose authority am I doing it?
The Queen.
In your authority, right?
Mhm.
Your words have authority, right?
Yeah.
So think about that. Does God's word have authority?
Yeah.
So
Well, he don't say the. I think I get what you're saying, but his voice was given by his son. He didn't say anything that he wouldn't say,
right,
but they are one.
right. So he's the word, and the creator, the most high, spoke words. And those words he spoke, they came to be because they can't be turned to him void. Anything he say must come to pass.
Mm-hmm.
Or anything he expressed, it must be. Right?
Yes.
So his word is the creative force. His word is the son. And he also has a spirit, correct? Which is called the comforter, which the Mashiach left in his stead to comfort us, to teach us, and to direct us,
Mm-hmm.
right? So we don't have to see it to know it exists, because the evidence of his existence is in us. Because we know the things we do not on our own. Even the understanding we have is not on our own.
Mm-hmm.
It comes from him.
Okay, can we
Yeah,
move forward? I think, Stan, you made your point clear.
yeah.
Also, Shar, do you want to have anything else to say about that before we move forward?
No, that's it for me.
Anybody else have any questions? Otherwise, we'll get started with my part to this video, to this lesson. Everybody's good?
Everybody's good.
So let's get started. Kelly Scott, welcome. It's good to have you here. This video will be posted on YouTube and our social media pages. So if you don't want to be on the social media, if you don't want us to post this, then you have to remove yourself from the meeting. If it's okay for us to post this with your image or your face, your camera's off. But if you stay, it means that you agree and you give us consent, your permission to post this video. So is your microphone on? If not, can you turn on your microphone so you can give us your, or do you have a microphone? I don't think you have a microphone attached. Okay, well, if you stay, it means you give us consent, okay, to post the video. All right, so with that said, let's get started. Let me share my screen. So let me just begin with, this will be a scholarly presentation. That means without a theological point of view. That means I'm going to look at this from a literary perspective, a cultural perspective, okay? And I'm not going to jump back and forth between books to try to explain everything. So we'll look at this at the way the people who would have understood this when the stories were told and when the documents were actually written on paper. Everybody clear on that?
Yeah.
So it's going to be from the point of view of the reader or the hearer at that time. Okay, and we're going to go through an in-depth examination of the language. And we're going to let the literature speak for itself. Okay? So everybody here knows how I do things. You can ask questions, make comments, present information while I'm talking. Just cut me off if you have a question or a comment. But I do ask that no one bring any doctrine in. Okay? We're not going to look at beliefs. Okay? We're just going to look at what's written on the page and try to leave our theology outside. Okay, so that's the way we do it. And if you want to show something, share it on your screen. And if you don't know how to share it on the screen, let me know and I'll share it on the screen, okay? But everything is show and tell. Everybody has to participate. If I ask a question, you got to answer, right? If someone asks you a question that's not me, you need to answer or say, I don't know. Okay, so this has to be a two-way street. Everybody agree? Understood?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. So let's get started. I want to start with our brother Stan, since you're the senior man here. Can you give us an explanation of what you see on the screen here? This is Genesis chapter 1. And right below it, we see the citation, the beginning, as John chapter 1, verse 1 through 5. So
yeah, I can't see the right corner. It's blocked with it. Not the right corner. Our pictures are over there. So I see part of the word Bereshit. What I want to know, what is that Strong's number?
Hold on, I'm going to get there. So you can't see the beginning in John chapter 1, verse 1?
No, it's blocked with our pictures.
Oh, well, minimize the pictures. Well, let me share the screen again. Maybe something's wrong here.
Yeah.
Sorry if you guys hear something in my voice. It's cold in this hotel.
Yeah, it's still the same. Let me see something.
I'm kind of freezing in here.
Yeah, just go ahead. I know it's there. It's just blocked. I can see it.
So Shara, can you do it? Can you tell us what the beginning and then this citation underneath Genesis chapter 1? We see the citation, the beginning, and then it has John chapter 1, verse 1 through 5. We're in the interlinear Bible. This is the research tool. I'm on the Bible Hub. So can you guys tell me what is the reason, the purpose of having this citation here?
I guess it would be because of what John 1 and 1 through 5 says. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was, we just read it, you know.
It's like it's given a precept.
What's the purpose of citing that verse right under Genesis chapter 1 before going into verse 1? It's right at the top of the page. So what's the purpose of having that citation there? What purpose does it serve? Why did the publisher put it here?
A cross-reference.
Cross-reference.
A cross-reference. And what's the purpose of a cross-reference?
Clarification.
Clarification and?
Application.
Application and?
Definition.
Understanding.
Very good. Excellent. Very good. Okay. So can you guys see my, this is just a Google definition of the purpose of a citation. Sarah, can you read that?
Supportive evidence.
Yes. Can you go ahead and read it out?
Yeah. A purpose of a citation is usually to provide support or evidence for what you are saying. It tells the reader where the support or evidence can be found. And it typically does this by providing a reference to the bibliography. A list of details, bibliography, information provided at the end of your document.
Okay, so very good. Now let's just look up the definition of evidence so that we have a very precise meaning and we're all working from the same meaning of words. Can you go ahead and read the definition of
evidence? Yeah. Available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or a proposition is true or valid. The study finds little evidence of overt discrimination, synonymous proof, confirmation, verification, substantiation, corroboration, affirmation, authentication, attestation, documentation. Wow. Support for backing, for reinforcement, for grounds for the found evidence of his participation in a burglary.
Okay, thanks. So synonyms are words that have the same meaning. So evidence means proof, confirmation, verification, corroboration, affirmation, authentication. These are legal terms, right? Attestation,
documentation. Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, when we look at the definition of authentication, Shara, can you read that, please?
Yes, I'm not on mute. Okay. The process or action of proving or showing something to be true, genuine, or valid.
Continue.
Which,
Here.
right under, the process, the process or action of verifying the identity of a user or process.
Okay, so now let's go back to Genesis chapter 1. And I'll ask the question again. And please, everybody, can you give us some feedback on this? So here we see in the interlinear Bible, Genesis chapter 1, and at the very beginning, before the verses begin, it's citing John chapter 1, verse 1 through 5. So based upon this review, what does this mean?
It's giving the verification before you even get into the verse, whereas before in the definition it said it's a reference given at the end, usually like a bibliography, referring to what you had just read. But this is giving you a preview of verifying who the characters are, who the persons are in this first line or in this whole chapter, who it's referring to. It takes us back to John 1, verses 1 through 5.
Excellent. It's telling you who this is about, right?
Right.
It's
verified source.
It's giving you evidence, right? It's giving evidence about who this person is. The proof, confirmation, verification, a collaborating story or corroboration, right? Affirmation, authentication, and we just looked at authentication. So these are very important concepts to keep in mind before we move forward. It says here, authentication for the definition, the process or action of proving or showing something to be true. So Genesis chapter 1 shows that John chapter 1, verse 1 through 5 is true, genuine, and valid. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I would like to offer different structure of what you just said. I believe the reference in John.
We didn't get there yet, sis.
No, but brought in to say that Genesis 1 is true.
Well, we're gonna go there. Right now, we're well. Okay. Well, let me pull
No,
that. Let me pull
Now
that.
what she's saying is reversed from what you said.
Yeah,
Let me
that's
pull
all
it
I'm
up.
saying.
Reverse.
Well,
And-
actually,
and-
it's in both. Let me pull it up. Okay. It's in both.
Well, it does mean the same, but it's that Genesis 1 is true because of John 1. That's why it's there. And in John 1, Genesis 1 is there to show that John 1 is true because it refers back to Genesis 1. So I was just saying, suggesting that the order in which you said it, I think the reference there to John 1 proves that Genesis 1 is true. That the characters in Genesis 1 is true because of what John 1 says. That's how I understand it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So keep in mind, everyone, that we're dealing with the time period when the document was written.
Right.
Okay. So we're dealing. So this would have been before there was a John, but just for purposes of understanding what these citations are, can you repeat it again, Judy, please?
Well, this is the reference for us who's reading it today, that Genesis 1 is true and proven because of what we can find in John chapter 1.
Okay.
That's the cross-reference that says, oh,
Okay.
if it says that in John, then Genesis 1 must be true.
Okay. And then for John, the same thing, correct?
Then John is true because of what we know we read in Genesis 1.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Very good. So these provide evidence for each other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's what I wanted to try to get across.
And the identity, the second verse refers to the identity. In authentication, it said identity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You guys see that? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The process or action of verifying. So the one verifies the other.
Identity.
The one verifies the other. So you guys have said that the word is authenticated. Genesis put it in different words. So let's go through some of these words and see what we can reveal. Okay. So let me go back to here. Genesis 1. Do you guys have a preference for what version of the Bible we use? KJV, okay? KJV, NIV, both of them.
Yes.
So here we see in the beginning. Okay, in the beginning. So the question is that I want to ask you guys, this is a rhetorical question, and we can deal with it later. But what beginning is this talking about? What beginning is this talking about?
Beginning of creation.
Keep this in mind as we move forward. Because I don't want to tell you, I'm just going to present the information. You can come to your own conclusion. But I do want to point out from now, I'd like for you guys to consider what beginning are we talking about as we go.
Beginning of creation.
Okay.
I'll go with Sarah.
Okay, so we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. Lost my place. Chapter 1. So in the beginning, I'm going to say this deity, and I'll explain that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning, this deity created the heaven and the earth. So when we look at the word translated here as God with the capital G, G-O-D, in the modern Hebrew is Elohim.
Right.
Now, does everyone know what we're looking at, what the interlinear Bible is? You guys know what all this stuff means?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to give us a brief summary, Stan, so that
Well,
everybody
yeah,
will know what they're looking at, please?
yeah. Genesis. Well, yeah. I mean, first of all, I would just say, in terms of the modern, you really need to know who Elohim is. I would say that you need to find out who Elohim is.
Okay.
Um,
I had more in mind about the format of the screen. So when we look at the format, line by line, I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and do it. So when we look at the top line, we see Strong's numbers, okay? So these Strong's numbers are linked to the King James version of the scriptures. Every word in the King James is linked to a number, and then that number provides a definition or a series of definitions. A Hebrew word can have many definitions, okay? So these numbers at the top, this first row, is the Strong's definition, or the Strong's number, or the Strong's index number. This letter
What
E,
is the E? Thank you.
yeah, the letter E is just another concordance. So you can that's the Englishman's Hebrew, and then it gives you the Strong's number, and then it'll give you more information. The next line is the modern Hebrew pronunciation of the Hebrew word. Okay, so the line below that, which is here that I just highlighted, this is the Hebrew word written in modern Hebrew characters or cryptographs. Below that is the definition. Below that is the the translation.
the translation, right?
Translation. Now, in my classes, I'll teach you all about this. But for now, the important thing to understand, to be aware of, is that this translation does not have to match the meaning of the Hebrew word. The translator uses his own discretion to pick what word he's going to use to represent the Hebrew word. Everybody clear on that?
Yes. Question. When you said the pronunciation, is it also called the transliteration? Because I'm always confused by those terms.
Well, the transliteration has to do with the pronunciation. So transliterate, it means you replace the letter in one language with the equivalent letter in another language. So that's a transliteration. But
so the second line is the transliteration.
Well, yeah, what's a transliteration? But when you speak it, you're going to pronounce it in the modern Hebrew.
Okay.
That's what Strong does, right? The words in Strong's usually are from the modern.
Yeah, it's all modern. It's all modern.
Yeah.
It's 99.99, well, about 99.6% Greek.
Right.
Greek philosophy and law and Roman law. But yes, sister, so you're right. This is a transliteration. And when you speak it, it's pronounced in the modern Hebrew, which is not our Hebrew. So it's a completely different thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So here we have the translation, which does not have to match or agree with the actual meaning of the Hebrew word. Everybody got that? And this last line gives you the grammar. Okay, the grammar associated with this word. So in Zion's law school, I teach you all of this, the grammar, everything. So let's go back to Elohim, and let's deal with this word that's translated as God, capital G-O-D. Okay. So Shara, you made some real good comments and you had some real good insight on this word. So can you read us the Strong's definition or series of meanings on the Hebrew word that's translated as God, Strong's number 430?
So I'll have to get my Strongs, right?
No, you can read it on the screen.
No, right there.
Oh,
He has it highlighted.
okay. Okay. Rulers, judges, divine ones, angels,
Hmm.
gods, plural intensive singular meaning, God, goddess, God-like one, works or special possessions of God, the true God, God.
Okay, so can you give us a detailed discussion? It says plurality, or it says plural. So based upon what you remember from the class you took, can you talk a little bit about the plurality of this word? If not, we'll move forward. You can go to 1A and discuss the definitions in terms of capitalization, well, uppercase and lowercase, and what they mean.
No,
It's more than one.
I just look at plural as more than one. Oh, is that
In
what you
Hebrew, plural means it has more meaning than just more than one. So in Hebrew,
Oh yeah, I can remember. I can remember some things about when something is very big.
yeah,
That word is the plural, or yeah.
that's correct. So it has to do with size, number, and duality. Duality would be like two nostrils, two eyes, two arms, two hands. So 2 feet, 2 legs. So duality. So that's what we deal with in Hebrew. Okay. So when we look at 1A, we see rulers and judges, correct? So these are both in lowercase. So when we see lowercase words and we're dealing with the Most High, and we see these words in the lowercase, would these represent the Most High?
Not
No.
from what I
The
know.
gods.
Right, no, right, because it's lowercase.
The
Okay, now it
lowercase.
says divine ones. So a ruler and a judge can be a lesser deity, right?
Right.
It can be a man,
Mm-hmm.
right?
It can
But the
be.
Most High is also obviously a ruler. Now let's
But
look
it could
at
be talking about other gods too, then, right?
yeah, we're gonna get to it. Go ahead and handle 1B for me, Stan. Divine one.
I didn't hear you. You broke up.
1B, divine ones. Can you discuss that?
Divine ones.
Yeah, who would that be?
Talking about like Inky and El and um, um, Molech, all of the Canaanite gods and the Syrian gods.
Yes, and we know that because it's what? Lowercase, right?
Right.
Okay.
And we know that our people did at times, for what reason, turn to these other gods.
Yes. Okay, very good. Now let's look at 1C. 1C is angels, another lowercase letter. Judy, so what will we make about lowercase later words in lowercase letters in general?
Informal, not as powerful, lower in the hierarchy.
Yes, thank you. So not the Most High. It excludes the Most High. So we see angels. So these would be messengers, men or deities, right? We see lowercase gods, plural intensive singular meaning. I'll teach you that in the school. I'll teach you what BR means. But notice 2A, lowercase God and goddess. So now we have male and female. Male and female. 2B, God like one. Now this is singular. God like one, lowercase. Then it says 2C, works or special possessions of capital G God. works, or special possessions.
Mm.
So this Elohim can be works, which can be an object, special possessions. These can be objects or people, right? Because, you know, special possessions can be an object or a person of capital G-O-D.
Hmm.
Notice 2B, I'm sorry, 2D.
Mm-hmm.
It says the, and in parentheses, it has true, and then capital G-O-D. So what is the function of true in parentheses? What is the function of true in parentheses before capital G-O-D, in contrast to, or in comparison of, either way you want to go, or let's say both, 2E, capital G, no true in parentheses,
And no the.
and no the.
See, true, if you put it in parentheses, my understanding in some of my studies is that when you put something in parentheses, it doesn't exist. It's not part of the document. But you can read it and infer, but it's not part of the document. So when I read it and infer, I'm like, oh, that's the true God, that's the Most High.
Excellent.
Versus 2A.
Excellent. Continue, please, Judy.
And then 2E, we don't see true in parentheses, we just see capital G, lowercase o-d.
Mm-hmm.
I would infer that's the formal God that I consider the Most High. If I read it, I'm going to infer, oh, that's the real God, or that's the true God, the authentic Most High.
Now, when you say infer, what does that mean?
Because I'm reading it, and from what I know about capital and lowercase, or what I've been taught about capital and lowercase, is that the capital is the formal God. But I know God is generic in my studies, and so I would call that, I would infer, the meaning I'm inserting my definition, that God would be the Most High.
Right.
And
so
I would also infer that
it's not in the definition, right?
Correct. That I add that to myself.
You added it yourself. Excellent.
Right.
Is Shara with us? Kenneth, do you have anything to say about this, Kenneth?
That's really interesting that about the definitions. And the 2C is the one that really caught my attention about the works or special possessions of God.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rulers and judges. It just reminded me of when the Messiah was telling people that ye are gods.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And that just caught my attention.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That's a good point. So what I want to bring your attention to is that this word Elohim does not identify the Most High. It does not identify the Most High. And if you say that it does, please tell us how. The second point. Go ahead, Ak.
Oh, no, I was just going to say it's just another generic word like God.
Yeah, it's just another word. This can involve what is the purpose of having a word? It's to identify, right?
Yeah.
So you have words that are very general, and then you have words that are specific. Okay.
Right.
In this case, this is an extremely generic or general word. This encompasses everything, physical and non-physical. You guys see that point?
Con.
I look at it differently.
2C. 2C says works or special possessions of capital G-O-D. That would include the spiritual realm. But go ahead, tell us your point of view, please, Shara.
Well, I did. Like when I look at it, I look at it as in the Hebrew, Alahayim, which means more than one, among other things, you know, but that's the one that I don't get rid of that word. I just look at it in the Hebrew as Alahayim, meaning powers, more than one power.
Now remember, can we limit our discussion to what's on the page and not our personal point of view? So let's just deal with what
I always call myself doing that. I'm looking at the word God, but I know better, you know, so I use the Hebrew instead. You say look at what's on the page. I've never quite understood that because I'm looking at what's on the page. I'm just looking at it in Hebrew.
Okay, well that's fine. Do you have anything else to say before we move on?
No.
I can share some, if I may.
Okay, sure.
My recent studies have led me to be leery of any name preferring to the Most High that begins with an E. I believe that the Masoretic has a purpose of misleading us, us call on false deities, thinking that we're calling on the proper deity, and that's why we can't even settle on what name is the proper name to use. It just draws me back to Ezekiel 39:7. So I just tell people to be careful of the names that they're calling on, because our words have authority, they have power, and we can usher or manifest things that with our words that we need not to manifest.
Okay, thanks. So does anyone see in this definition any meaning that's identifying the Most High?
Technically, no,
Yeah, it's not there.
because God is a generic word, period.
Yes. So this capital G can be
Anything, anybody, anything.
That's right.
Any power.
That's right. And they're showing it without saying it.
Right. Just because they made it capital, that don't mean that it is capital.
That's right.
Small letter. It's just that they're trying to deceive us.
Deceive us, exactly.
So they could have very well put false God in parentheses and it would still been the same, right? So the lack of any qualifier in front of 2E means it can be true or false, right? But either way, it's still implied. And we have to refer. And the reader will refer based upon what the reader has been taught. Because that's your frame of reference, right?
Right. Formal.
Correct.
That makes me think of what Shaw had said in her presentation about how we study.
Yes.
The importance of studying.
Yes. Excellent.
You know?
Now, notice how the translator translated using which definition did they use in the translation? Does anyone remember? I'll pull it back up.
2E.
2E.
The last one.
Now, what's the difference between 2E and 2D?
Woo! Well, from the way I was taught English, which I can't really trust, 2D has the, and the makes the God more specific.
Excellent.
The God.
Yes. Excellent.
But 2E leaves it generic, but a formal generic.
Right.
So we have the article the. Article the. Right? And you notice that 2D has what in parentheses?
True.
True.
Did they translate true in parentheses with this capital G-O-D?
Well, they're implying it.
But let's look at the definition. 2D, we see the, parentheses, true, capital G-O-D. Is that
Right.
there in the translation?
No,
Which one did they use?
2E.
use that one.
2E.
Yeah,
What's the difference between 2E and 2D?
I thought she just said
Well,
this.
2E, no, I said 2D means 2D includes the, but they use 2E, which is just God. It means generic, but the capital G implies that it's formal. So the way we're taught English is that a reader would say, oh, that's God, meaning the Most High. That's the real God. We imply that. We
Right,
infer that by reading it.
Yes, thank you. So the publisher put true in parentheses in 2D. You guys see that?
Yeah,
2E has no true implied. So if 2D is implying true, 2E must be implying what?
false.
False.
Anything we want to make it.
False or whatever you want to make it. Either or. You guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is what the translator did.
Mm-hmm.
Could have very well put true. But let's investigate why they did not. Let's
Can I just
investigate
ask
that.
a little question?
Yeah.
And do you know in the new modern Hebrew characters, is there anything specific in those characters that might define the word Elohim different than the strong definition of Elohim? Do the characters speak to anything different?
Yeah, the characters speak, the characters do speak. It gives you additional information like Shara added. It gives you additional information. But that information has to be applied to the text within the context of the verse. So you're constrained by the context of the verse. So we need to get into the context, Judy. And then when we get into that, we'll come back to your question, okay? Because that's an excellent question.
Okay.
So, more appropriate, what's a more appropriate translation? This would be, in my opinion, just deity. Right? It doesn't identify the Most High.
Right,
Doesn't identify anybody, just the deity.
right.
Right? So in the beginning, this deity, okay, created the heavens and the earth. Now, doesn't that sound strange? How can a deity create the heavens and the earth? Let's continue. Did you guys pick that up?
Yeah,
How can a lesser deity create the heavens and the earth? What is this about? So we move to verse 2. So you see the number 2 here? That means verse 2. Okay. It says, and the earth was formless. This is what Shara brought to our attention. So we look at Strong's number 8414. And Kenneth, can you read the Strong's definition for formless? Strong's number 8414, please.
Strong's Hebrew 8414, 1, formlessness, confusion, unreality, emptiness. 1a, formlessness of primeval earth.
Primeval.
1a1, nothingness, empty space. 1b, that which is empty or unreal of idols.
Okay, excellent. Can anybody tell me, does the Most High create anything that's imperfect? Does he create imperfect things?
No.
No.
Does the Most High have anything to do with confusion?
No.
Can anybody think of a scripture that talks about the Most High and confusion?
Only in the Quran.
The Most High doesn't create confusion.
What about the scripture text?
Confusion.
What about the scripture text that says, he says that he created good and evil?
Okay, so we'll get to that, but right now we're dealing with confusion. Okay.
God is not the author of confusion.
Right. Is that Genesis? I'm sorry, 1 Corinthians 14:33.
Right. Yeah.
So let's just show it.
Which God?
There we go.
Now that we're on the subject of
Right.
God is not the author of confusion, which
You have to say that anytime you see the word God.
So here we are, 1 Corinthians 14:33. And I really can't comment on this because I don't deal with Greek. I'm not competent to deal with Greek. And I explain what that means a little bit later. But can somebody go over this verse, please?
For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all the churches of the saints.
So
But but of peace, as in all the churches of the saints. That part, now that I'm reading it, I never really analyzed that.
Okay, that word church is there. It's ecclesias, or congregation.
do you guys see what it says in the footnote for confusion?
Disorder.
God is a God of order.
Right. So in other words, right, he's not a power of disorder. Disorder would be the opposite of peace, right? According to this, if you look at that.
Right.
Everything is established in decency and in order.
Right.
Can you please look that up in the interlinear?
What's that?
And that verse where it says God, and then see in the Strong's, what does it say for that? God?
You mean for the Greek?
That'll be the Greek word, and it would be theos.
Yeah, it would be theos.
But what is theos? Is it uppercase God, lowercase God, powers? Well, can I see? Well, since we're studying, this is part of my learning as well.
Right.
So I don't have access to that, or I haven't studied it.
I don't do the Greek, but I'll look it up. So I can't comment on it because I don't understand it. 1 Corinthians.
Well, if we're saying God is not the author of confusion, and we're referring to that confusion in the
pull it up for
Old Testament.
I'll pull it up for you. I'm just saying that.
But actually, the New Testament scriptures was written in
there you go.
Aramaic.
See, my understanding of the Hebrew scriptures and what has been done in terms of insertions, I don't deal with the Greek because I've learned that unless you have a good understanding, you can very easily be misled. So
you're familiar with Psalms 46?
So this is 1430. Oh, this is 1433.
Did you hear me, El?
Hold on. Let me take care of
all right.
Verse.
Yeah, go ahead.
1 Corinthians. Was it 1433? Yeah. Okay, of peace. It says probably. Well, you want to go ahead and do it, sis?
Okay, we read from left to right here.
Yes.
Not for he is of disorder, the God, but of peace. Okay, so I would question.
Do you see the Greek meaning there? I'm showing the Greek.
Theos, right? I see theos.
23:16.
23:16. Yeah, above theos.
Oh, you want theos? I thought you wanted peace. Okay, where is theos?
It's right there.
Oh, okay.
Wait a second.
Right there, yeah. And then 23:16, it is a deity, the supreme divinity, figuratively a magistrate, by Hebraism,
Mhm.
vary.
Okay,
What's
so
23:16 say?
yeah. So, what'd you say?
What does it say in 23:16 in the Strong's?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go through.
Same
Everybody see
thing.
that? It's,
Yeah.
it's general, right?
It still says a deity like we had read.
Uh-huh.
And then can you please look at Eston where it says he is, not for he is of disorder.
Okay.
Eston. I am exists, the first person singular.
So that would be
present.
YHWH.
I am.
Right. That would be the YHWH or the
Right.
Aya, whichever one you.
So that is the Most High. So he is not of disorder. The power.
And you got.
Okay.
And whoever, hey, Stanford, could you mute your mic, please?
Yeah, I did. I turned it off.
Okay, for God is not the author of confusion.
So
for God is not the author of confusion. For not he is.
So he is, in this case, they're translating it, he is, not as YHWH. But you'll see YHWH, the way they translate it, it means he exists. When you look at I am, it would be Ahaya.
Right.
So in this case, this would be Ahaya. Right? Not the YHWH.
It's saying that he is not the author of confusion. But so where we were reading it, God is not the author of confusion. Is the God the he is, or God the theos?
This is in Greek.
Theos, the word. Yeah.
But when we read it in the regular, before I suggested going to the interlinear, we read God is not the author of confusion.
Where is that? 1 Corinthians.
God is referring to the he is, or does it refer to theos? Because the theos
depends on who you're listening to.
The deity, right?
Well, if you listen to or if you're learning, depends on who you're learning from. So
14.
like Shara will call the deity Ahaya. So let me go back to it. Other people will call him Yahweh or Yahuwah. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but
yes.
Go to the scripture where Jesus says that I am before Abraham. Before Abraham was, I am.
Is this what? Okay, hold on. Is this what you wanted?
That okay. So, for God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. So the translation has God, and it has the author. And in the Greek, it refers to theos and to the Essen, who was the Eston.
I am.
Yes. So there's like two subjects there. He is Eston, and the uppercase God Theos, which is deity. But the Eston seems to have more power because of the I am refers to me, again, based on what I've been taught, the great I am, meaning, the Most High. But in the what we read before, in just the English version, the two subjects are God, the generic God, and author.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with I am. It's just the writer or the creator.
Can I say that
creator then?
Mashiach referred to himself as I am 9 times in the Gospels? So when you see Ahia, basically, this is going back to the word that was with Theos.
Mm-hmm.
Theos, God. That's what, if you go to John 1:1, what you'll see is when it talks about in God, Theos was with the word, the logos. And you can take that logos and you can go to where he said, before Abraham was, I am. Abraham seen my day and rejoiced. He's saying that he is the I am, which is translated as Ahia, Asha, Ahia. The Mashiach is saying that. Can y'all excuse me for a second?
Okay,
Yeah,
mute
but
your
Theo
microphone,
says,
Doc. Yeah,
Theo
mute your
says
microphone.
a deity.
What'd you
Theo,
say? Judy?
I was just looking at Theo says a deity. Again, that to me means it could be any lowercase God. But it says especially the supreme divinity, meaning, but we really usually use it for the Most High. That's how I would infer it or interpret that.
Right, but it's an inference, right? It's not in the text.
Right, exactly. And then the theon right before that, could you just theon before the theos? That go two words back. It says theon. Oh, but it's the same definition. Okay.
Deity, especially the supreme.
Theon,
So
theos.
it would be the context, right, that we'd have to make decisions on. So let's go back to Genesis and get the context, okay?
Okay, great. Thank you.
So we can look at the personality characteristics to identify this person. Everybody agree, yes or no?
Yes.
Right, because that's what we're given. That's what we're given. So we got to work with what we're given on the page, right? So we'll go back to formless. So we were at confusion.
Right.
Right? Unreality, emptiness. 1A, formlessness of what?
Primeval earth.
In parentheses. So
Again.
they're also inferring, guiding our thinking.
Yes, guiding the thinking, exactly.
1A, one, nothingness, empty space. 1B, that which is empty or unreal, in parentheses, of idols. 1C, wasteland, wilderness, in parentheses, of solitary places. And then 1D, place of chaos. Is the Most High creating chaos?
Not the Most High I believe in.
No.
Right, not the Most High.
That's out of context of that whole chapter.
It's in contradiction to the Most High's personality, his characteristics, right? His character. This is a contradiction. So when we talk about a wasteland, chaos and confusion, these are all things that are in contradiction to the Most High's personality. And then remember, we're dealing with context to identify, to determine who this Elohim is.
Right.
Right? We got to deal with the context.
But hold on, are we saying that here where it says that the earth was formless, are we saying that this is referring to the alien, the Ahia?
No, I'm not making any statements. I'm not making any statements. We're just going through the Hebrew meaning of the words.
Oh, okay. But I'm just saying, are we applying this?
Well, we're trying to identify who this Elohim is based upon the context.
Yeah, but the Elohim is voidless. The earth is voidless, right?
Yeah, he didn't say that.
But there's a reason why the earth is voidless and formless and void.
Well, what we're doing, Stan, what we're doing is just letting the document speak.
Okay.
And not inserting what we believe or what we think or what we were taught in our.
Now, I thought I heard that. Does this sounds like the Most High?
That's correct, because we're dealing with context.
Okay, so are we saying when we say, does this sound like the Most High, are we saying that the Most High is formless and void, or are we saying the earth is formless and void?
Well, the context is that this deity created the heavens and the earth was formless.
Right.
And confusion.
And confusion and chaotic.
So you're saying that he created it to be voidless?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just looking at the meaning of the words here.
Yeah.
Viewing the meaning of the words to identify who this Elohim is. Follow me?
Question.
Yes.
When I read it just regular English in the King James, it says the heaven and the earth. God created the heaven and the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something there in the Strongs that can help us to determine if that's significant or not? When we read it in the King James, it says the heaven and the earth.
Okay, so
because
go ahead. Strong's number 8064.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
He's already done it.
Well, let's look at the words, y'all. Stan, you can read it. 8064 is on the screen.
Yeah, in the 8064. Heaven, heavens, sky, visible heavens, sky, B, that's 1A. 1A1. I can't see that because the pictures are blocking it.
It says abode of the stars.
Okay, as the visible universe, the visible universe,
the sky, atmosphere.
The atmosphere. 1B, the heavens as the abode of God.
Right, that was in parentheses, right?
Yeah, that goes back to Shah's question. I guess it was Shah that, or the other, or Judith.
But it's uppercase H as well, so that was significant to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's go back to formless.
Mm-hmm.
Keywords are formless. Now, this is talking about the earth, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So what would make dirt take a formless state?
Who said it was dirt?
Well, the earth is soil.
Well, I think the scriptures implies that it was water before it was soil.
Okay, it was water before it was soil.
Yeah, he had to create the land.
Okay, so when we look at the word, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay.
I'm just being thorough. We look at Strong's number 776, which they translate and the earth.
Right.
What do we see? We see land. So land would be soil and rocks and everything else. Earth, right? Whole earth. Earth as opposed to heaven. Earth and then inhabitants. 1B, land. 1B, country, territory, district, region, piece of ground, so on and so forth, right? So when we talk about being formless, what would make that soil of the land be formless? What's the only way you can do that? What do you have to mix in to make it formless?
That's why I say
Water.
I don't understand. It had to be water.
Exactly, water.
Yeah.
Water.
The water was present.
Well, we're gonna see. It was water. You guys are right. It was water. That's what made it formless.
Right.
Because when you put dirt in water, it becomes dirty water, and it dissolves.
Mud.
Right.
Mud.
Okay, so now let's look at void. Emptiness, void, waste. So let's get a precise definition of emptiness. Remember, we're looking at context to determine who this Elohim is. The state of what, Kenneth?
Containing, the state of containing nothing.
Synonyms?
Synonyms: vacantness, bareness, blankness, clearness, barrenness, desolation, lack of contents, lack of adornment, rare voidness, meaninglessness, hollowness, idleness, effectiveness, effectuality, uselessness, fertility, worthlessness, fruitlessness, insubstantiality, the quality of lacking meaning or sincerity,
Okay, so now let's go back. So I think we got the point from that. Thanks, Doc. Stand by because there's some more I want you to read.
Sounds like somebody done some damage.
Void. Let's look at void. We're doing this to get precise definitions, right? Precise meanings. Void.
Not valid or legally binding, completely empty.
Okay.
Invalid, null and void, null, nullified, cancel, revolt, rescinding, abolish, inoperative, ineffective, not binding, not enforced, non-viable, useless, worthless, negatory, lapse, expired, out of date, terminated, discontinued, unrenewed, completely empty, emptied, vacant, without contents, containing nothing, blank, bare, clear, free, unfilled, unoccupied, uninhabited, desolate, barren.
Okay, so uninhabited, desolate, barren, useless, worthless, discontinued. Notice the word discontinued, okay? Discontinued. Let's go back and explore what this is all about. It was discontinued. It was, what was the other word?
It sounds like it's out of order.
Useless, worthless.
Because how could he? I'm gonna have an observation that I'd like clarification on, please.
Just one moment, sis.
Okay,
Notice
go ahead.
it says clear, unfilled, uninhabited, desolate, barren. Go ahead, Judy.
So it says in the first verse, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So it seems like it would have had to have been barren and void before he created it. Because if he created the heavens and the earth, then how could it be empty if he created earth?
The text will tell us. We'll get to it.
Right. Something happens.
The text will tell us. So remember, that was the question, the initial question I asked, what beginning is this talking about? You recall that? Everybody recall? That's what I want you to focus on. What beginning is that talking about? So let's deal with waste. Shara, do you want to participate, or Kenner? Kenny, I'll ask you.
Yep.
Waste.
I'm here.
Oh, you're there? Okay. Okay. So can you please read the meaning of waste for us?
Yes. Use or expend carelessly, extravagantly, or to no purpose.
Are these, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to ask you guys, does this sound like the Most High?
No.
Okay. So now let's look at the synonym, Shar.
Squander, fritter away, misspend, misuse, spend recklessly, throw away, lavish, be wasteful with, dissipate, spin like water, throw around like confetti, go through, run through, exhaust, drain, deplete, burn up, use up, consume, informal blow, splurge. He doesn't like to waste money on bus fares.
Okay. But did you guys notice it says spin like water? Squander. Okay. Okay. So let's go back to the text. Well, actually, we could look at the adjective meaning. I want her to look at that. It says unwanted, access, superfluous, scrap, extra, useless, work, unproductive, unprofitable, uncultivated, barren, so on and so forth. So let's go back to it. Okay, that's, you notice they translated this as void. So this would actually be a very poor translation. You guys see that? They chose to use void, but that doesn't really communicate, huh?
It makes it seem like it's milder. It's not as bad as it really is.
Exactly.
Right. It really was worse than it's leading to be.
Exactly. And the same thing with formless. They made it mild, politically correct, or it's saying something that's really not in the Hebrew. Okay, now let's deal with darkness. Darkness. So let's get a precise meaning of darkness, right? So it says, and the earth was formless and void and darkness. Char, can you read the Hebrew meaning for darkness, please?
That's obscurity, darkness, secret place there.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Now let's go and get the meaning for darkness. Now remember, we're looking at context, right? We're trying to find the context to identify who this Elohim is. All right. So Kenneth, can you read the definition of darkness, please?
Darkness, the partial or total absence, the absence of light. Synonyms: dark, blackness, absence of light, gloom, gloominess, dimness, dullness, murkiness, shadowiness, shadow, shade, shadiness, dusk, twilight, gloaming, rare, tenebrosity.
Now I have a question for you before you continue.
Evil,
are these qualities of the Most High?
Corruption, sin, sinfulness, iniquity, immorality, devilry, the devil, hell.
Okay, so Kenneth, let me ask you: is the Most High wicked? Is he immoral? Is he a devil?
Definitely not.
Is he a devil?
No.
No.
That's an adversary. No.
Is he sinful, breaking his own rules, not following his own instructions?
No.
Absolutely
corrupt?
not.
Can the Most High sin?
No.
Can he do evil?
No.
No.
Can the Most High create evil?
Well, the Bible said he did, but I don't think he can do it.
Well,
the Bible says he can. He can, right? He does have the capability. Evil not meaning he broke his own rules. Evil meaning he can do something to you that would be evil to your perspective, or from your perspective is evil. Like he can take what you got, right?
That kind of makes me think where it's saying that, you know, even though he created the devil, he said, but iniquity was found in him, you know, so
right.
He wasn't evil from the beginning. So
but if you study that out, Kenneth, if you study that out about who this devil is, you'll find that it's not what you've been taught and what you believe. But that's a whole other story.
Okay.
Because the devil is actually a prosecutor, but that's another story. He has a role. It's a whole other story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an adversary. Anything that's an adversary is actually a devil.
And that's his role. That's his role.
Doing the job.
Okay, so but let's deal with this.
Saying strong.
So let's deal with this. So the Most High cannot be a sinner.
No.
There's no inequity in him, right?
Right.
He's not immoral and he's not an adversary. He's not a devil,
No.
right? So when we go back up here, it says partial or total absence of light. This cannot be the Most High.
No. That's darkness.
Darkness.
Right.
Okay. So let's continue. So we just dealt with darkness. It says, now darkness was over the face of the watery deep, right? We know this to be what? The oceans, right?
Right.
Right. The waters, the depths. Okay. And it says, and the Spirit. Now, Shar, you talked about the Spirit, right?
Right.
Now you notice that this Spirit is in a capital S.
Right.
But all of the words that we examined have nothing to do with the Most High. Do you guys agree or you don't agree?
No, that has nothing to do. That's dealing with the conditions of the earth after a calamity took place. But go ahead.
This is saying that the earth, this is saying in the beginning. And so what we want to do is find out when this beginning is and who this Elohim is.
Yeah.
We're looking at the context to identify or to answer those questions, right? So now let's go back to, and the Spirit, capital S. Okay, capital S. So is this Spirit talking about the Holy Spirit?
The Ruach.
So look at that, the Ruach. Okay, so now everybody sees all these definitions. If anybody wants to read it, you're welcome to. As a matter of fact, who would like to read through that?
I'll read it.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Strong's Hebrew 7307. 1. Wind, breath, mind, spirit. 1A, breath. Anuma. 1B, wind. I can't see the rest of it.
Okay, hold on a second. Can you minimize your pictures? You know how to do that?
No, they're already small in the corner. See, the pictures are blocking.
Okay.
My right hand.
Okay, well let me ask Kenneth to do it.
Yeah. Maybe I can move.
Where we at? 1B1?
Yeah, you can start from the top if you want. So you can find, so you don't have to worry about finding your place. Can you start from the top with 1?
Yes, I can. Wind, breath, mind, spirit. 1A, breath. 1B, wind. 1B1 of heaven. 1B2, quarter of wind. 1B3, breath of air. 1B4, air, gas. 1B5, vein, 1C, spirit, as that which breathes quickly in animation or agitation. 1C1, spirit, animation, vividity, vigor. 1C2, courage. 1C3, temper, anger. 1C4, impatient, patience. 1C5, spirit, disposition, as trouble, bitter, discontent. 1C6, disposition of various kinds, unaccountable or uncontrollable impulse. 1C7, prophetic spirit. 1D, spirit of the living, breathing being in man and animals. 1D1, as gift preserved by God, God's spirit departing at death, disembodied being. 1E, spirit as a seat of emotion. 1E1, desire. 1E2, sorrow, trouble. 1F, spirit. 1F1, as a seat or organ of mental acts. 1F2, rarely of the will. 1F3, as seat especially of moral character. 1G, Spirit of God, the third person of the triune God, the Holy Spirit.
Okay, thanks, Hawk. So there are a whole lot of definitions there, right? A whole lot of meanings.
Yeah.
So the one you would have to choose would be based upon the what?
Context.
Context.
Based upon the context. So based upon what we've read, and remember, we're not dealing with our theology, our beliefs, right? But just what we've read so far, which would be the most appropriate or the better translation?
Wow.
It's still hard to say.
Now, okay, well, let me guide you through it. Well, go ahead, Stan. What'd you say, Ak?
Well, if I answer that, it would be still based on my beliefs. So
No beliefs. Just
that's not. I can't answer it other than that.
okay.
It's really hard to get a proper context,
Right.
even this
Right.
far into it, you know.
Well, so
'Cause
far, have you heard anything about the Most High?
No.
Okay, so it would be, we can exclude the Most High up until this point, right?
Yeah.
So now dealing with this, let's pick the best word here. Okay, so would it be wind, breath, mind, spirit?
No.
No, it would not. Would it be of heaven?
No.
Would it be quarter of wind, breath of air, air, gas,
No.
It
vein,
could be
empty?
gas.
You
Why
said,
couldn't
somebody
it be
said
gas?
yes. Can you explain why?
Because gas could be over water like steam.
Right, very good, very good. Excellent point. So it could be water vapor,
Mm-hmm.
right? Water vapor is a gas. Okay, so vein, empty. Does everybody see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so far the best translation we saw so far would be air or gas. Vein, empty thing.
It
Yeah.
could be that too because of the void and formless that we saw in the previous line.
Okay, very good, very good. 1C, spirit as that which breathes quickly in animation or agitation. Spirit of
Yes.
animate, you said yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
So why would it be that?
Because it says moves over the face of the earth or something. If you
Move over the face of the deep, the waters of the deep.
yes, it
Okay.
says move.
So
or
but you're
animation.
assuming that it's breathing.
Whatever
Animation
word we
is
pick, we'll be
moving.
assuming, right?
Huh?
It says animation is moving.
I think anyone we pick, we'll be assuming.
No, but I said you're assuming that it's breathing. It says spirit as that which breathes.
As that breathes quickly in animation.
Right.
Okay.
So that would be an assumption.
Oh, maybe it's better number 1C1, spirit, animation, vivacity, vigor.
Y'all ain't gonna like my answer.
Go ahead, Ike. Go ahead.
I think it's the last one, without the triune.
Okay.
Spirit of God, 1G.
Okay, so
I think it's the Spirit of Yah.
okay,
Correctly, I think it's the Spirit of Yah. However, what their intentions are to mislead us, I believe the appropriate word there should be the Spirit of God or the Spirit of Yah.
okay, but let's deal right now with just what we see on the page. And all of these things were in contradiction to the Most High. The Most High is excluded up till this point.
But see, I think we're applying terms that are dealing with things that he created and the conditions they are in with him.
Okay.
As like, and I think that's, we're conflating that since the earth is void, are we saying then that God is void? Of course not. God is not void. So this must not be talking about God. Well, it's not. It's talking about the earth.
Okay, well, let's prove it out. Let's go through it and prove it out. Okay. So let's continue. Okay, so Judy, I think you said spirit, animation, vivacity, vigor. Next,
Right.
courage, temper, anger. You guys, when you see a possible translation, let me know. Impatient, patient, spirit, disposition, unaccountable, uncontrollable impulse, prophetic spirit. Notice what's coming. Spirit, and in parentheses, of the living, breathing being in man and animals. Next, we have as gift, preserved by capital G-O-D. God's spirit, that's a capital G-O-D. Departing at breath, so God's spirit departing at death. God's spirit departing at death. What's the next one say?
This spirit as a seat of emotion.
No. It says 1D1 as gift, preserved by capital G-O-D, comma, capital G-O-D, comma, God's spirit, comma, departing at death, comma, disembodied, what?
Being.
What is a disembodied being?
A ghost.
Yeah.
Can you move it back so we could see the text again, please?
Move it back.
And the spirit of the deep. I want to see it.
It's there right there, sis.
No, I mean move the strong.
You're
talking about the actual scripture. Yeah.
The scripture that's underneath.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, what we're reading. And the spirit of the deep.
How do we read that? It's read right to left.
Of the deep and the spirit of God was hovering.
Of this Elohim. We're trying to identify this Elohim. So this Elohim spirit, that's what it's talking about, right? The spirit of this Elohim.
Spirit of Elohim.
So that's what we're trying to identify.
That's why I wanted one G.
Yeah.
So can we go back to the meaning of the word now?
Yeah, I just wanted to see it again.
Okay, so it says disembodied spirit. What is a disembodied spirit, Shara?
That can either be a demon or a fallen angel or a ghost, as he said.
Okay, Judy, what'd you have to say, sis?
That just opens up a can of worms with all these variations, considering what we had read before about the condition of the earth not being in alignment with the character of the Most High as we understand. I'm still not sure which definition I would put in.
Let me refresh your memory about something. It says partial or total absence of light. Who are we dealing with when we talk about darkness? It says wicked or evil, sin. Where are we at? Hold on. It says sin, immorality. Move the darkness. Let me go back. I just want to refresh your memory.
So
it says darkness meaning in Hebrew.
Inequity. This is what we're looking at, sis. The meaning of darkness in Hebrew. Inequity, devilry, hell, wickedness, corruption.
Wow.
It can even represent ignorance.
But in the drop down, it had in Hebrew. Could you go back? I'm curious to what it would say.
So disembodied being would be any kind of spirit that is not connected to a body.
Right.
So who are the only beings that can have a disembodied spirit? And what were they before they were a disembodied spirit?
Angels.
Fallen angels.
And deities. I'm gonna just say deities in general.
Yeah.
Okay, deities in general. So
I would
Shara,
say
let me
like
ask
demon. Shara had to go. She just said goodbye about 3 minutes ago.
Darrell.
Yeah.
She had to go. Could a human being have a disembodied spirit?
Well, let's look it up. Let's look it up.
Mm.
Let's see what we get when we look this up. Disembodied spirit. Can we get a reader, please?
Any incorporeal supernatural being that can become visible or audible to human beings. Like, let's say, probably not.
Now let's look and see if we can find something in the Bible.
So it's a not body.
State of after death.
Disembodied state of the soul after death.
Be careful. Wouldn't call something like that. You got to be dabbling in something wicked or evil, right?
It's a lot of static. I didn't understand what you just said.
Now, I was saying a disembodied, talking about the soul, a disembodied soul. I said, what could cause that other than you would have to be indulged in something evil or wicked, involved in something evil or wicked to have your soul affected that way. I mean, only humans have souls.
Okay, so we're in the Bible Hub, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This has reference to Acts 2. So this is Greek scriptures, Acts 2:31, right? So can everybody see my screen?
Yeah.
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 Okay, so what does it say?
The separate state of the dead, the heaven of disembodied spirits is within the gaze of. To the next word, destruction signifies hell or the place of.
Okay, it says here. Can we see this? Can you read that to us?
God, the all-seeing one, the separate state of the dead, the heaven of the disembodied spirits is within the gaze.
Okay. So now, what do we see from this? What do we see from this?
Said disembodied spirits in heaven.
So in order to become a disembodied spirit, what has to happen?
Death.
Death.
Yeah, he separated from that body.
So this Elohim, can the Most High die?
No.
No.
Can we exclude the Most High then as being
Yes.
here? This Elohim is not the Most High. This
No,
capital S, this capital S, this spirit, is this
can
the
you go
Most
back
High?
to
Well,
the
that's
word
one of the
earth?
definitions.
Can you go back to that word earth?
Why would you do?
Earth. I'm gonna.
In 1B7, it says Sheol, land without return, or underworld.
Right.
That's what caught my attention when I saw it.
Y'all see that?
Sheol is the grave.
Sheol is the grave. So now we're talking about water as a grave.
Mm-hmm.
You guys see that?
Right.
When we talk about the spirit in the context of a grave, darkness, wickedness, sin, corruption, chaos, which of these meanings is the most appropriate? And Strong's number 7307.
Could be the
Could it be wind? Can wind die? Can breath die?
No. But a spirit, no.
Can a spirit die? No.
Yeah.
But a spirit that's in the body can.
Satan said, Jesus said to fear him who can kill body and spirit rather than just him that can kill the body.
The spirit of life?
Huh?
So
No,
let me rephrase the question. You have a good point. Let me rephrase the question.
okay.
Has a spirit been killed up until this point?
No.
I don't know.
Correct. So
No.
we cannot use spirit. We have to
That would be
exclude spirit.
death.
Correct? We have to exclude spirit. So of these other things, what can we include and exclude? You have
Exclude
to
the
go
one.
down to, oh, go ahead, sis.
I was going to say exclude the one, all the ones, 1A through 1C7.
1C7, you say exclude that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, prophetic spirit, because that doesn't really talk about what we just read.
So
Not
everything
what we're
has to
talking
be
about.
excluded except for a disembodied spirit. Go through it and look at it yourself. Prophetic spirit is not something that that has died yet or that will die, right?
So you saying
Yeah.
the gift preserved by God or God's spirit departing of death?
Well,
Disembodied?
He's
as a
talking about the
gift preserved,
disembodied being.
so see, as a gift is one thing, preserved by God is another, God's spirit is another meaning, departing at death. It can't be any of those. You have to exclude them. Or if you
They
don't
put all of
exclude
them
them,
under.
explain why you would include them.
Mhm.
How can it be a gift in this context?
Mhm.
How can it be preserved by this capital G-O-D in this context?
Yeah. What about seat of emotion?
How can it be the seat of emotion? Explain it in the context.
I think that the seat of emotion is implied with the spirit, right? Your spirit.
This sentence, that it was hovering over the face of the waters.
Well, okay, but see, the thing is, we're talking about that word Elohim, a mischaracterization of the Most High.
Well, wait,
But
let's
it's his
deal
emotion.
with what's on the page instead of trying to make it adjust to our
All right.
beliefs. Because otherwise the conversation will,
Become
we won't
opinion.
be able to accomplish much academically.
Right. Understand.
Okay, thanks. Judy, can you go ahead with your comment, please?
Oh, I was just saying, would we replace a seat of emotion hovering over the face of the waters?
And
Did emotions hover over the face of the water?
No, I don't think so.
okay.
Desire did not hover over the face of the water. A mental act did not hover over the face of the water. You know,
What's the only thing in this definition that could, in the definition of spirit or ruach, that could hover over the face of the water and that it had lived?
Well,
That it is dark, it is wicked, it causes chaos, it causes confusion. What's the only one there?
The disembodied being.
Disembodied being.
Seems like
So that means,
Can a disembodied being hover over something?
sure.
Sure,
yeah.
they always do.
If it's not combined. Yeah.
There you go. So this disembodied being hovered. That's the only one that fits,
That fits in this sentence.
right? So this disembodied spirit of whom? Elohim. Now we understand why when they translated it, they only put capital G-O-D. They use that one. They don't have in parentheses true. You guys see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, they could have put his name there instead of just that generic wording of God, because that can be anything.
Well, the most ancient text, in Genesis 1 has Elohim, right? It has Elohim. There's chapter 2 has the Tetragrammaton. but we're going to deal with that. Okay, so we identify, well, let me rephrase that. The text then, the context of the text identifies who this Elohim is. So far, we're dealing with, we excluded the Most High, right? Based upon the context and the meaning of the words in Hebrew. So we're dealing with a disembodied spirit, according to this Ruach meaning.
So you saying the original text had Elohim?
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, now I thought I heard you said that the most oldest, the text we have.
Yes, the most ancient text, in fact, all of the text for Genesis chapter 1 have Elohim. In chapter 2, you see the YHWH.
Okay, so Moses then didn't write the text in Paleo Hebrew, because I thought Moses written the text, the original text that Moses written before translation was in Paleo Hebrew.
Well, it was in the Phoenician Hebrew script, that's correct.
So he wouldn't have used the word Elohim because it's Elohim.
Right. Well, remember I mentioned to you guys—
It's not the same story we believe it is.
Right. Remember I mentioned to you guys, this is just a transliteration and the pronunciation is different from the Hebrew, the ancient Hebrew. So we're only dealing with the transliteration and how it's pronounced when we deal with that. Okay, so let's move on. Let's move on. Okay, so this disembodied spirit of this Elohim, right? There, we can't avoid that. That's the only word that will go there. This disembodied being, this ghost, the spirit of this ghost of this Elohim, right, was hovering over the face of the waters. And then it goes into the next part, which is the first day. So I want to give you guys a couple minutes to discuss what you just learned from dealing with this in the Hebrew. So can I get somebody to lead the discussion? And remember, our discussion is based upon what's on the text and not our theology, because otherwise we won't get anything out of this lesson. What we want to know is what's actually written in the text. So if you have questions or comments, could you do that with each other? But if not, we'll move right on. Kenny?
It just made me think that if Moses was writing the story and he was speaking of the Most High in the beginning, he would have put his name in there.
Right. So, and Stan, that's the same thing you were saying, right?
Right.
So that tells us something's off, something's wrong here.
Yeah.
That tells us that something is wrong.
And that's why I asked y'all earlier, were y'all familiar with Psalms 46? What took place in Psalms 46?
Okay, so let me go here, and then after that, let's limit it to what's in to what we're dealing with here. Okay.
Okay.
So Psalms 46.
Right.
All right.
Now this is something that's—
What verse?
It's okay, huh?
What verse?
Now, what I'm talking about is the total Psalms.
Oh, can we do this at the end?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is just dealing with translation of the King James, the 49 scholars.
Okay, we'll come back to it. We'll come back
Yeah.
to it. Okay, so far what we've learned by looking at the Hebrew is that this Elohim is not most likely, this is a disembodied spirit that's being referred to. And the insight that both Stan and Kenneth brought in is that this Well, can you repeat it so I don't have to say it, Stan? Can you repeat it, or Kenneth?
Yeah, I mean, Moses would not have written this particular this word, this transliteration of this particular word. First of all, he could not have written it because the letters are not correct. And the modern letters that they got here, he didn't have knowledge of that because this didn't exist in his day and time.
Right.
So
well, it was written in the Phoenician Hebrew script.
Right.
And these translations.
Well, this is not Phoenician.
It's modern Hebrew. Modern Hebrew
right.
translation.
This is Aramaic, Greek, Hebrew, Greek.
No. This is
modern is Hebrew, Greek. This is Aramaic.
No.
Right.
This is no. The Hebrew scriptures are Hebrew. They're written in Hebrew. Initially, this was written in Hebrew, the Phoenician, and then it was translated into modern Hebrew, right?
I'm talking about the way it's written here, using these modern letters.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the meaning of the words. So.
Yeah, I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Can we come back to it so we can move forward, because I'm not understanding you. Kenneth,
Right.
do you want to clarify your comment that you made about Moses?
Oh, just from how Moses wrote his books, Moses basically did every single thing. Except for hitting the rock part. He basically did, everything the Most High told him. And my thing that it's kind of a thought that if he was writing about the Most High, he would have put his, there.
He would what?
You would have put his name there.
Put his name there.
Okay. So those are good observations. So now let's continue, okay? Let's continue. Because the plot thickens. All right, so now let's deal with the first day of creation. Okay. So Stan, can you do me a favor, Ak? And can you just read the first two verses and then stop at verse 3, please?
Yeah. So let me move that. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. I'm just going to read it as it says, since we're dealing with it on them terms.
Mm-hmm.
The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters.
Okay, so Kenneth, what did you learn from the Hebrew language about what these first two verses are saying?
That it probably, if you look at it in detail from each word, that was generic, so it could possibly not mean the Most High.
Well, can you say that it could possibly not be based upon the text? I'm saying just starting. Let's not deal with what we've been taught. Let's just deal with the text.
Okay.
What did the Hebrew word say? I mean,
where it got to God, that it can mean anything from as low as a ruler or a judge, all the way to the Most High.
Would it include or exclude the Most High?
Exclude.
It excludes the Most High, so we know we're not dealing with the Most High here. When we look at the Hebrew words translated as without form or formless, void, darkness, are these correct translations, or are they accurate translations, or are they poor translations?
Poor translations.
Poor translations. What words could have been used in the translation that are in the Hebrew meaning?
For darkness, it could be evil. Let me see, void, wasteful, or emptiness.
A pit.
Devil, inequity, morality, so on and so forth. Very good.
Yeah.
Partial, total lack of light. Okay. And when we looked at spirit, what would have been the only meaning that fits in the context?
It's Somebody being.
Disembodied spirit. And it's kind of uncomfortable to say this, right? I understand that it is.
Right.
And this capital G-O-D is not the Most High because he was excluded.
Right.
So
It's probably the adversary.
So this is a disembodied spirit.
Which is the adversary, actually.
Spirit moved over the face of the waters.
That would explain him being kicked out of heaven. Coming down.
So now let's deal with verse 3. Okay, so Kenneth, can you read verse 3?
And God said, let there be light, and there was light.
Okay, now when we say said, what is that referring to?
Action.
Let's go back to Genesis chapter 1, the beginning. What's cited there?
He spoke the word.
The word. Let's go back to that. So here we are in the beginning. Was the word. Genesis. What does Genesis tell us? In the beginning.
God created.
Right. So John has cited Genesis 1. So Genesis 1 is the Genesis what chapter and verse? Kenneth? Kenny?
My bad. I had it muted. 1 and 1.
Genesis 1 and 1. What's the citation? What's the evidence of John chapter 1, verse 1 through 5? What is the evidence they cited right here? I'm highlighting it.
Genesis 1 and 1, 1 through 2.
So the evidence of the word is Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 2. Who did we learn this Elohim is from the Hebrew language?
Not the Most High.
Yeah, definitely. It's a disembodied spirit, but it's definitely.
So, but now look at what John is telling us. John is saying us that the evidence of the Messiah figure is Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 2. But when we read Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 2 in Hebrew, we get the Elohim as being identified as a disembodied spirit.
Can I add something, please? I'm back.
Yes.
But we don't know that John referred to Genesis as a proof of verification or authentication. That was part of the editing.
Okay.
I mean, I believe it could have been editing. John didn't say, "Oh, I want to refer to Genesis chapter 1, verse 1."
What is he saying? What is he saying here in the beginning?
Yeah, he said in the beginning was the
Let's
word.
read through it again. So let me go back. Hold on, let me go back and we'll read through it again. So we'll go John 1, KJV. Okay, so let's look at it again. Can we get a reader?
In the beginning was the word.
Stan, let's let Judith, since it's her question.
All right.
Go ahead, Judith.
In the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God.
Okay, so let's stop there. So here's the beginning that he's talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now let's go back. Continue.
The same was in the beginning with God.
Continue.
Referring to the word. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
Now let's check to see if this is in Genesis.
Okay.
Right? All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
Right.
So let's go back to Genesis right now and check it. Now remember, this is who? The word. How does something first become a word? First, it's a thought, right?
The thought, right.
And what do you have to do with that thought in order for it to be named a word.
You have to speak it.
You have to speak it, actually.
Yeah, that's why the word logos means to express
Okay.
thought in mind of yeah.
Yes, very good. So when we see the word said, what is that talking about? When you say something, you say what?
That's past tense.
You say the word.
You say words, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Let there be light.
So now here we see correlation, right?
Right.
We see
Right.
correlation between the word and what this deity said.
Right.
And he spoke things into what?
Existence.
Existence. Mhm.
Right? So when we go back to John 1, what does it say in verse
All
3?
things were made by him.
So this is what it's referencing.
Right.
I know. I was just saying that cross-reference could have been put by the editors and the people who put the Bible together.
Right.
Not that John actually
Right.
compiled scriptures and said, oh,
Right.
I want you to go back to that. He was just stating in the beginning was the word. And then the editors said, hey, this correlates with Genesis chapter 1 to prove who was the word, who was God in Genesis chapter 1.
Yeah, that's what you're saying is correct. But we do know that who he's talking about goes back to Genesis chapter 1.
Now, unless we're saying that the one that created the heavens and the earth is not the Most High, but is the adversary, just because that is being applied, I think that we can apply the proper script because we know what the intent was and why they did it. So now, because we understand the Paleo Hebrew, we can go back to the scriptures and imply the original intent, the Most High, and not some embodied spirit did all that's being said here, but that the Most High did it according to the writings of Moses.
Okay.
Not according to the translation of the 49 scholars. Like I say, the 49 scholars that translated this, when I go to Psalms 46, I'm gonna explain it to you, how we know they did this and they injected other things.
Okay, so, but for right now, since we're in a classroom, let's deal with what's on the page, because otherwise we would be dealing in theology.
I understand, but when we go to 46, I'm gonna deal with this on the page.
Okay, so I'm limited because I can't go into theology. So I only deal with what's on the page. So can we go through it, Ak, and then I'll let you.
Yeah, go ahead.
What you want to present.
You know me, man.
So, okay, so here we are. It says, and this deity, I'm going to just say this deity, okay? And this deity said, let there be light. So what I would like for you guys to do is get a pen and paper and write down the order of creation. This is chapter 1, okay? Write down the order of creation, not the day of creation, order of creation. So every time it says, and this deity said, you write down what was created. Everybody got that?
Yeah.
Very important that you write this list down and have your own list, because there's something very profound that you're gonna see. Does everybody have a pencil and paper or a pen and paper? Okay, everybody got it? Okay, now remember that we're dealing right now with the word. Okay, we're gonna deal with the word and the creative acts of the word, okay? So very important that you get a pen or pencil and write this down so you can see it for yourself. And you're gonna need to compare this to something. So you have to write it down. Every time it says, and this deity said, or every time you hear the word said, write down what was created. So from 1 through 9, I think there are 9. So from 1 through 9. Okay, so for So what you'll do, you'll get a sheet of paper, and then in the middle of the paper, draw a line all the way down. And on the left-hand side, put Genesis chapter 1, okay? And then put order of creation. Order of creation. That's your subheading for the left-hand column. So get a piece of paper, write a line down the middle. On the left-hand side, put Genesis chapter 1, order of creation. Number 1, light. The deity said, let there be light. So number 1 is light. Okay, Stan, can you read verse 4, please?
And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness.
Okay, excellent. And verse 5.
And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So, Kenny, can you read verse 6, please?
6, and God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters.
Okay, so number two, firmament. First thing that was created, the first thing that was what? Spoken into creation was light. The second thing that was spoken into creation was what?
He said
Firmament. Let there be a firmament. Number 2, firmament. Right? Number 2, firmament. Now let me turn your attention back to John chapter 1. Okay? John chapter 1. Okay, John chapter 1. Are we there? Okay, here we are. What does verse 3 say?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Al. Go ahead.
All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
Okay, so now let's look up all. We'll look up all. We'll get a precise definition for all. Okay, Stan, can you read that?
Used to refer to the whole quantity or extent of a particular group of things. All the people are met.
Okay, so all means everything, the whole, right? Nothing left out, everything.
Right.
Keep that in mind. All things were made by him. Keep that in mind. And without him, not anything. And without him, what? Not anything was made.
That was made.
Yeah. Now let's go back and confirm if this is true. Let's confirm it, okay? We're gonna authenticate it. We're gonna confirm it. Okay. So verse 5, we read that. We read verse 6. Kenny, can you continue with verse 7?
And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so.
Okay, we really couldn't hear you, Kenneth. So Stan, can you read verse 7, please?
Yeah. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so.
Okay, Judy, did you see that? Did you hear that, Judy?
Yes.
Can you read verse 8, please?
And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and morning were the second day.
Okay, and then verse 9.
And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear, and it was so.
Now, what were the waters spoken into existence?
No.
No. The waters were not spoken into existence. You guys know that?
Yeah, they were already there.
They were already there.
Right. The waters was already.
Now, what does this tell us when we go to John 3? It says, all things were made by him, and without him, not anything made was made.
Right.
So this is contradicted in Genesis chapter 1.
No, it's not saying it was made. They were already there. So the things that were made by him. So the waters wasn't made, the waters was there.
They were already there. So how did they get there? Did the Most High create? Were all things created?
Yeah.
All things that exist were created by the Most High.
Does water exist?
Yes.
Yep.
So he had to create them.
Well, not necessarily.
How not? Who
Huh?
else would have created the water?
Well,
But
they,
who would have created the water?
when you think, what is water?
H2O, oxygen, and hydrogen.
Right.
Yeah.
One oxygen, two hydrogen, right? H2O.
Mm-hmm.
So what forms can water take?
Gas, steam, and solid.
Right.
I mean, liquid, steam,
Right.
gas, and solid.
So there were waters in heaven, and there was waters above the firmament. In other words, it was already present. It's hard to think of that something existed, but it did. When you think about space, understand there's waters in space as well as waters in the earth.
Is water physical or spiritual, Stan?
It's physical.
So then the Most
Is
High
it
had
part
to
of the
create.
physical universe?
It's part of the physical universe. But when we talk about the universe, see, one thing, God is not saying he made the universe. At this,
He had to have created the universe.
he's not saying, I'll tell you what, don't put words where words are not.
Stan,
See,
what
we
does it
think
say?
it-
Look at verse 3. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ak, but what does it say? It says what?
All things were made by him.
Okay, now what does,
And without
what's the
him
meaning,
was
what's the meaning of all? Right, what's the meaning of all?
All things.
But let's look at the definition. It says all here. What does it say? Used to refer to what?
Whole quantity.
Whole quantity.
Would that include or exclude water?
That way included.
No, because see, we do the same thing. We do the same thing with the word world in in John 3:16.
Mm-hmm.
See, we want to include everybody. Where it says, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. But we know he didn't give his son for everybody that exists. So we got to figure out what is the whole of everybody.
But remember, we're only dealing with what's written on the
I'm
page.
only dealing with what's written. I'm only dealing with what's written.
So you saying that
What is written? See, we got to.
Stan, show me
What I'm
where.
saying is, we got to include, because it does not say he created the water.
That's the point, Stan.
Right. So if it don't say he did, we can't assume he did.
That's
We
the
have
point.
to assume that it already existed.
But that's
So
the
in the
point.
Oh,
That's the
in the
point.
context?
So what I'm trying to show is that this is a contradiction. John chapter 1 verse 3 says
I
all
don't see a
things.
contradiction because I got to apply it all. That part that says everything made that was made.
I
He
have a question.
made everything that was made. Water wasn't made. So you don't include water in that as part of the objective of creation.
Okay.
Only the things he made is part of creation.
Okay.
Those
So
things that he made.
okay. Point well taken. What's your question? What's your comment? Kenny?
Understand, this book don't say nothing about any other creation that he may have created other than what's created here.
But
He's
what does
talking
it say?
about-
What does it say in Genesis 1 verse 1?
There's things that exist in this world. Okay, go ahead.
What does it say in Genesis 1 verse 1?
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Okay, so the heavens and the earth.
You're breaking up.
Doesn't that include water?
No.
Water vapor is
The
what-
heavens
We can assume based on our theology that it's included, but based on what I'm reading, I can't include that. No.
it says.
sounds like he created the universe.
It says sky,
So,
atmosphere.
I know there's other things.
When you deal with atmosphere, you're dealing with the water, the nitrogen, everything. All of the gases that make up the atmosphere.
Yeah.
The visible universe.
Yeah, in the physical. Yeah, it says the physical universe here too. But anyway, let's.
The only thing I can do was written.
Stan, I'm
The
telling
visible
you, you're right.
universe.
You're right that it was already there. But remember,
Yeah.
as I mentioned in the beginning, we're talking about
Right.
what beginning is this? It says in the beginning, what beginning, and what the point you're making has to do with what beginning this is. So I'm not saying you're wrong. Okay?
Mm.
Okay.
We're getting toward answering the question of what beginning is being spoken of here. So we already established that, and you, the point you made so eloquently is
Yeah.
that
I was just giving another.
the water was already there. So now let me ask the question. At what point was
Was existing.
earth, what point was the earth
Right.
full of water, all the dirt or all the soil was dissolved, remember, formless? You guys remember that?
You're
Formless?
breaking
Mark,
up.
you breaking up.
I
You're
said,
breaking up.
at what time in history?
You're breaking.
Okay, well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll just, you guys tell me what you hear and then I'll repeat if I need to repeat, okay? When was the only time in history
What time in history?
that the earth was covered, the entire earth was covered with water? It was formless, meaning that all the soil had dissolved in the water. It was confusion, chaos. It was a place of chaos, rather. It was empty, right? It was empty of all things, and it was a waste. It was a wasteland. Was there ever a time in history where that happened?
The flood.
The flood.
No. Yeah. There's a time. Just in other words, you have to go down after creation, after verse 126, and you would see a word that is being used.
Oh, we're gonna get there, we're gonna get there, Can you hold it?
But the answer to this question is there.
Can you hold it until we get there?
Yeah, but you can't actually.
Can you do that for me? Well, I'll tell you what, I will accommodate you. I'll go to verse 26.
No, what I'm saying,
Okay, go ahead, Here it is. Go ahead. Go ahead and make your point.
No, I'm saying we can wait.
Go ahead and make your point. I'll accommodate you.
You don't have to do that, man, but okay. Let us make man in our image and our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, over the cattle, and over the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In his own image created he him, male and female created he them. And that's my point, that this is different from what's going to take place later on. Okay? Let's talk about that.
But no. We're on a topic, on a different topic. So
okay.
I thought you were going to say something about in this beginning.
No, what I'm saying is, in 126, this creation of man is separate
But let's get there. Let's deal with this first, okay, before we introduce a new topic, okay?
Okay.
And when we get to that
That's
point,
right.
when you get to that point, you can tell us what you got.
All right.
Okay, so the question is, what beginning is this, right? And going back to Genesis, the only time in Earth's history that we know about when it was formless, a wasteland, when there was nothing there, it was empty, right? It was void, and all the meanings that they gave for void: emptiness, void, a waste. There was darkness. Remember that?
Right.
The only time in history that that has happened, what did you say, Kenny?
The flood.
Noah's flood. Noah's flood.
No,
So,
it came after.
well, I'm not trying to tell you what to believe. I'm only
Okay.
stating something. So let's continue with our list. Let's continue with the list. So the waters were already there, and what else was already there? What else was already there? I highlighted it.
What you saying? The dry land appeared?
No, not the dry land, land.
Land.
Because land was not spoken into existence. Y'all see that?
It didn't become dry land until he moved the waters.
So he removed the waters, and then you saw the land. So the
Well,
land
yeah.
was not spoken into existence. So the land was already there.
Land was there under the waters.
Right. So this could not be talking about the initial point when the Most High created the universe, because the land was there. The physical land was there.
Right.
So this is not.
I can go ahead and tell you why I was forward, but
So this in the beginning could not possibly be talking about the initial creation when the Most High created the universe.
exactly. But
the land was already there.
right,
Right? We see that the land was already there.
right.
Right? Everybody see that? So on your list, under number 2, under firmament, don't put number 3, but just put land, or put water and land already present. Okay, water and land already present. Okay. So, Kenneth, would you like to read verse? No, I'm sorry, Judith. Judith, would you like to read verse 10 and 11?
Okay. 10. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. Verse 11. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so.
Okay, so next on your list of creation, write vegetation. Vegetation. And I want to draw your attention to something.
Is that the 4th day or the 3rd day?
I'm sorry?
What day is this we're at right now? Because it's blocked. I can't see it.
It's going to be the 3rd day.
But for simplicity's sake, just write the order
3.
of creation. So every time you hear the word said, that's going to be the next on your list of creation. So we're trying to get the order or the sequence of creation. Okay. But did you guys notice something here? Did you guys notice? It says, and this deity called the dry land earth. So earth was already present in the beginning. So what beginning is this talking about? Earth was already present.
At this present beginning.
So earth was already present. So
Right.
Kenneth brought out that the only time there was a global flood was during Noah's time. So when the water receded, did the dry earth appear?
When the water receded, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so when the water receded during Noah's time, the dry earth did appear, and the seas gathered together. Okay, so now let's look at verse 11. I'm sorry. We're on verse 13, right?
13, yes.
Yeah, 13. So Stan, you want to read verse 13?
Yeah. And the evening and the morning were the third day.
And then verse 14.
And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens, to divide the day from the night. Let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years.
Okay, so now, next on your list is going to be what? The lights in the firmament, so we can say the stars.
Mm.
The stars.
Well, it says to divide the day from the night for seasons and for days and years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, that would be the stars.
Yeah, that would be
The stars.
But the stars don't create the day and the night. Like, well, the sun is a star.
Yeah, but it's still
the sun there.
Huh?
Shouldn't we put the sun and stars there?
Actually,
well, they're going to be there.
Yeah. So
But
when,
they ain't over.
The sun.
See, since it's in the next verse, it's in the next verse.
Right. The day isn't over. It's coming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So go ahead and read that too, sis. You may as well go ahead and do that.
Okay. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also.
And then all the way through 17. I'm sorry, all the way through 19.
Okay. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth and to rule over the day and over the night and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And evening and morning were the fourth day.
Okay, so the next on your order of creation, let's just put heavenly body or the stars. But I want to draw your attention to something.
Okay.
When you go back up to Genesis chapter 1, what was the first thing that was created?
Light.
Heaven and earth. Heaven and earth. The heaven and the earth. Oh, I'm sorry, the light. Okay.
Right.
Me.
Right. Now here it says in the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys see a contradiction? In the beginning, this deity created the heavens and the earth, but it's saying that the earth was already there.
Right.
But just notice this.
So you
Go ahead, Ak.
you just saying, so you're saying that it's not necessarily a contradiction, but a gap in time?
No,
That's what it is.
it's a contradiction because it's saying in the beginning. Well, no, let me rephrase that. The issue is, what beginning is this talking about? Is this talking about the initial act of creation? The answer is absolutely not, because earth was already present. Right? We saw that in the verses. So this cannot be the initial time of creation.
Can I add this?
Yes.
You know, let us not make the mistake of thinking that because of the order that this is written in, this is happening in powerful order. Like it does, and then he did that. You know,
Excuse me, Stan, can you speak closer to the mic?
yeah, I'm saying.
It's really distorted.
Can you hear me now?
Much better, thank you.
All right. You know, when we read these texts, we got to be mindful that when these things were written, there were no periods, commas, question marks, semicolons. All these things were added. And so when it says in the beginning, this deity created the heavens and the earth, it doesn't mean that the next thing that happened was that the earth was without form and void. He created it, but then it became, then the earth was without form. It became void. Something happened between verse 1 and verse 2.
Mm-hmm.
but it's not saying what happened here. But if we go on later, we'll find out what happened in that gap between that. That's not my belief.
Okay.
That's not my belief. I'm just going about what is written.
Right. Now remember, we're going back to John 1:1. And we get clarity on it, right? It says, in the beginning was a word, and the word was with this deity, right? And then the word spoke all of these things into existence. So it's not the sequence or order of creation. It's the word that spoke it into existence. That's what we're focusing on. Because John says that all things were spoken, were brought into existence by the word. And the word is this spoken word, right? Of the deity that you guys identify as a Messiah figure earlier on. So what we're dealing with is, what did this word speak into existence? And he did not speak into existence the earth or the water. So that's written in the text. So it has nothing to do with the order, but it's about what he said. Okay. So can we move
He just says in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. So that's implying that he did create earth. But now you want to get into the order of things.
No, you're getting it. Okay. Okay.
It says that he made the earth.
Okay. Okay. What we're focusing on is just what he said.
Y'all Salaki, man.
What we're focusing on is just what he said. Okay, just what he said, because what he said is the word. Everything that he said is the word, according to the text.
Right. And in the beginning, he created the heavens and the earth.
Okay.
So the earth was created. Whenever that beginning was, he did it.
Okay, so can I continue?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the issue is, when is this beginning? That's the issue. Now notice that light was already present before there was a star, a sun, or a moon.
Because he's light. When he showed up, there was light.
Right, right. So now that being the case, when you say he, who are you talking about?
I'm saying the creator.
But he said,
so when you're saying the creator showed up, the creator is light, right? There is no darkness, right?
He is light. It said that he was light. He was the light that shined in the darkness, and he was the light of men.
Okay, so now let's look at this. It says, in the beginning, this deity created heaven and the earth.
Right.
And the earth was without form and void, and darkness, which we saw what that means, was upon the face of the deep. Now we saw that this darkness was what? This disembodied spirit. That was the only word that fit into the context. What you can say ruach. Now, if you say
the spirit of God was the disembodied spirit.
Right.
No,
I'm sorry. That's correct. That's correct. You're right.
Well, based on the way this translation.
Stan, let me make my point.
I'm sorry, man.
You
know how I get with these things, man. Go ahead.
So when we're dealing with darkness, if the Most High is light, how could there be darkness?
Exactly.
The darkness would not be there.
Exactly.
That's the point I want to try to make.
Well,
it's an impossibility.
It was there before he showed up.
Well, it says in the beginning, when he created, there was darkness. So if the Most High is light, there could be no darkness.
Oh, yeah. But the point is, you're saying, you are implying that this took place after verse 1. Verse 1 took place, and then this took place.
What does it say right here? What does "and" mean?
It's a conjunction.
It joins what?
It joins two parts together.
Now, earlier you just mentioned that you understand that there is no periods.
Right, exactly.
So this would read, in the beginning, this deity created the heavens and the earth was without form and void and darkness. There's one.
Right.
So there could be no darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a bad translation. We already established that.
I'm not arguing either way for it. I'm just bringing out what's on the page.
But we have already established that this is a bad translation.
We're gonna deal with something. Give me some time, and I'm gonna go. I'll go through all of the translations. Okay. So here we see, in the beginning, this deity created the heavens and the earth was without form, and it was dark. All of that is talking about the same event.
Well, I'm not sure.
You see it yourself, right? Because there's no periods. You acknowledge that yourself.
Right. There's no period.
So
There's
this is the same event. This is the same event. Now it says, and the spirit of this deity. Now, if this deity was the Most High, there would be light, right?
Mm-hmm.
There'd be no darkness. So this spirit cannot be the Most High.
True.
Establish.
I'm sorry?
We established, yeah, I agree.
Okay. So this is not talking about the initial creation period. But anyway, let's continue with our list. Okay, where are we? We were at, we're on 20, right?
There.
20. So Stan, would you like to read verse 20, please?
Yeah. And God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creatures that have life, and the fowl that may the earth in the open firmament of heaven.
Okay, so next on your list of the order of creation, write down sea life or sea creatures or aquatic life, something like that. And then birds. So sea creatures and birds. Sea creatures and birds. And then number 22, please, 21, please, Stan.
21.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that? Let's see.
21.
Is that the wells?
Right.
And every creature.
Closer to the mic, please.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Please move closer to the mic. Thank you.
And God created the great whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good.
Okay, thank you. And then Kenneth, can you read verse 22 and verse 23?
Hold on. I can't see the screen.
Oh, you can't see, really? How about now?
Trying to see. I think my screen froze.
Okay, so Judith, can you read, please, verse 22 and 23?
Oh.
And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the fifth day.
Okay, so are we talking about the Most High Creator, or are we talking about a deity?
The deity is still
We're talking about a deity.
the same deity that's been doing all this creation and speaking.
Okay, there's a deity
Correct.
speaking. Okay. All right, so they were blessed. Okay. And verse 24, Judy, please.
And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after.
Continue.
And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and the beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so.
Okay, thank you. So next on your list of creation, you can put terrestrial life, or you can put animals on earth. Or you
What'd
can
you
put
say?
Cattle. You could put beast or
Beast,
cattle, however you want to
cattle,
put it.
living
Insects.
creature.
Yeah.
Mammals?
Yeah, you can put, well, there are mammals in the sea too. So just put earth animals.
Oh, right. True.
Yeah, earth animals
Cattle.
and insects.
What number was that?
Earth
Number
animal.
6.
The next
six,
order
yeah,
of
number 6.
creation. Oh, go ahead, sis.
Yes, number 6. 6 is beast of the earth, cattle or earth animals. whatever you want to say.
And insects.
Oh, and insects.
Why? Because it says everything that
Creepeth upon the earth.
Insects, everything.
Snails,
Right.
snakes.
All that good stuff that's good to eat.
Ew.
Okay. So Stan,
Yep.
I'm going to give you the honor of doing 26. I know you can't wait to get to it. So
Yeah. Well, but I got to get down further. So my point is at 29, I think. But we'll see. God said,
Stan, sorry.
who frozen?
Please read closer to the mic because your voice comes through distorted, and we're recording this, so I want to make sure that your voice is heard clearly. Thank you.
I thought that's why I should back up because my voice is so.
No, it's still distorted.
Yeah. Okay. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowls of the air, over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. He him. Male and female created he them.
okay.
And God.
Can we stop there? So next on your list of creation, put man. Man. Male and
Male
female.
and female.
Understand? He made them all at the same time.
Yes, male and female, same time. So it says, and this deity, because we know that's not the Most High, according to the text. According to the Hebrew words, according to the text, it says, this deity created man. I'm sorry, let me read that again. This deity said, let us make man in whose image?
Our.
Now, the Most High has been excluded. This deity is not the Most High. So this man was made in the image of somebody other than the Most High, who the Ruach, meaning in Hebrew, revealed as a disembodied spirit.
Mm.
Do y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the question I have is, who is this man? Who is this man that this deity created in his own image?
Well, one thing is not is man as in human or mankind and not an individual.
Okay, so this deity,
Male and female. Man is male and female.
right? But this deity who is not the Most High created male and female species of man.
Right.
It says an hour, which is more than one,
Right.
image. What is his image? What did the text tell us about his image?
It's dark.
Dark. What else?
Well, is that his image, or are we talking about? I go back again. Are we talking about the earth?
Yeah, that was Earth.
Well,
Earth was formless and void and dark.
Yeah.
okay.
Is it talking about him?
Well, let's look at these. Let's look at these meanings again. What's the meaning of darkness?
Absent of light.
Without light. Without light. Gloom.
What else? And is the Most High light?
Yes. The absence of light.
How you like that word blackness there?
Wickedness, evil,
Yeah, it implies that blackness is evil.
corruption, sin.
Blackness.
We're
is
not
black,
black,
is
by
color.
the way.
Black is
Black
a color.
is a color. Exactly.
I'm just talking about what it says in this definition.
Yeah,
Dark.
black is.
Blackness, absent of light, gloom.
Let's see. It says evil, wickedness.
So is blackness evil?
Yes.
Well, it's giving you
It's
synonyms
part of
out.
a definition.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's what it's saying. Blackness is evil.
Wickedness, corruption, sin, inequity, immorality, devilry.
So
Mhm.
whiteness must be righteousness.
Right.
Hold on. Let's just deal with
But we're not talking about that.
yeah, let's just deal with
I'm
what's
just reading. I'm just reading. I'm not applying anything to it. I'm
But
just
But we
let's
didn't read
deal,
white. We didn't read white. We're not talking about white. Let's
yeah,
stick
let's
with
just deal with what's in the text, okay?
this is the opposite of black.
What the text is telling us is darkness. As one, okay, we're looking at the image, likeness, personality, characteristics, so on and so forth. So we see evil, wickedness, corruption, sin, inequity, immorality, devilry.
the
What else?
devil.
Right. What
It
else
says
do
the
we
devil
see?
too. The devil, hell.
Yeah. What else do we see? We also saw chaos,
Yeah, the
Mhm.
earth is corrupt.
confusion. We saw confusion. We saw someone who creates things in an imperfect way.
Mhm.
Somebody
Yeah,
who creates waste,
Mhm.
yeah,
creates
yeah.
nothing. So now we go back down to
It's
Genesis
not.
and let's deal with this.
Mhm.
He says, let's create them in our image, in
Right.
darkness, in evil, in wickedness,
No, that's
And
the earth.
after our likeness.
and after
And
our
after our likeness. So the likeness is all those characteristics we just read about.
That we were talking about the earth.
We were talking about the earth, but it also had those other definitions. Devil was
But
included in that.
those definitions were about the earth, were they not?
Right, right, but it said devil as well.
Well,
It
then
did say
the devil is on the earth. Well, we'll see what it's talking about, but I think the devil had a lot to do with it.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I see your point.
Okay,
It says
we'll
this
see. I
deity.
mean, the next sentence will explain it all.
Okay. So it says this deity said, "Let us
Make man,
make man in our image." Okay. And we saw from the text what this image is. We saw his character: chaos, confusion, wickedness, darkness, evil, devilry. Right? After our likeness was in earth can't be wicked, right? The land can't be wicked. It's not alive.
But
Anyway,
that
let's
was the
continue.
object.
But let's
That's the object.
okay, but let's
Okay.
continue. Let's continue.
All right.
It says,
Okay.
and let them, it says, and let them have dominion. So now let's look up dominion. We have a precise definition of dominion. Dominion. Kenneth, can you read that, please? The definition of dominion.
Sovereignty or control, supremacy, ascendancy,
Louder,
dominance,
please.
domination.
Can you start over and read louder, please? Dominion.
Superiority,
He can't hear you.
sovereignty or control. Can you hear me now?
Yes, louder, please.
Okay. Sovereignty or control, supremacy, ascendancy, dominance, domination, superiority, predominance, preeminence, primacy, hegemony, authority, mastery, command, control, command, direction, power, sway, rule, government, jurisdiction, sovereignty, suzerainty, lordship, overlordship, the territory of a sovereign or government, dependency, colony, protectorate, territory, province, outpost, satellite state.
Okay, so thank you, Ak. We're going to come back to this. So now we see that this disembodied spirit created a type of man, male and female, at the same time, made him in his image, in his likeness, same personality traits, evil, wicked, What man on earth do you think about when you talk about supremacy? Who has a history of supremacy?
You're saying this is the creation of the white man?
I'm not saying anything.
We shouldn't.
Oh, well,
I'm not
I
using
said
color.
you got to have you have to have a motive.
I'm gonna let it talk.
You're gonna let it talk.
I'm gonna let
But
it talk.
you're framing it underneath an ideal. You're being very
No,
idealistic.
I'm just dealing with the language.
I understand, but you are applying things. You're taking things that apply to earth, and you're applying it to this deity just because he created the earth, and he just so happened to create the earth in a dysfunctional way, so he must be dysfunctional.
No,
That's what I'm hearing.
yeah, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Judy. Go ahead, Judy.
In my
I
mind,
was gonna say
Let Judy talk, please.
the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
I understand.
You know,
I understand, but you just gotta.
if the Most High created,
Go ahead, Judy.
you wait. You had a turn to explain your point, Stan.
No, I'm not trying to talk.
We're looking at a different perspective. Okay, so we're just trying to discuss this.
Okay.
I mean, I hear where you're coming from. I've always believed that. This is kind of new to me too, and I'm trying to like really understand this and understand it. But as common sense, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I have always been confounded with how could the Most High create such evil. All right.
Yeah.
But if I think the Most High is wonderful, awesome, and loving and perfect, well, how and why would he create something imperfect and evil? And so when I heard earlier the explanation that Satan had planted the tree, and then the Most High did not want us to touch it, and then he was jealous and deceived us to partake of it. That made sense. It kind of rectified, like, wow, how could the Most High do that to us? So I'm seeing it as this deity had created something that was imperfect and evil the way it is. Okay, and we're not colors, so don't get tripped up in, the dominion and
I'm just dealing with it.
We're not color. Well, you were kind of alluding to it before when you said blackness.
No, I was reading the definition that it was given.
Yeah, blackness is when you turn off the lights, it's black, right? And then definition, that was darkness. That was darkness, and evil had also occurred in the dark.
In the dictionary, if you look up in the dictionary black, the color black opposed to the color white, you would get these definitions: evil, wicked, and then white, you would get angel food cake, opposed to devil food cake. I'm not sure if you ever looked it up, but you can.
I've looked it up in law as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
All right. Do you think that God is preeminent? That he has?
Can we hold off with that topic until we finish?
That God is preeminent. I'm trying to pronounce the word. I'm having a stroke.
Can we move forward, Stan? Can you hold that question?
Yeah, sure.
Can we finish dealing with this verse? Would you guys mind?
I'd rather go back to the scripture anyway.
Okay.
I'd rather go back.
Yeah, but let me go back so we can.
Pardon me.
So we can go back. So we're dealing with verse 26. It says, and this deity said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. So we established what this image is and what this likeness is. Well, that's what we're establishing right now. Okay? And let them have dominion. Okay, so dominion, and we're looking up dominion, right? So sovereignty or control, synonyms,
right?
Words that mean the same thing. Supremacy. What man comes to mind when we think of supremacy? Who has a history of supremacy? Okay. Dominance. Who has a history?
Recently.
Oh, go ahead, sis.
Most recently would be the modern Europeans.
Yes. Who has a history of dominating?
That's what I think of most recently, the modern European.
Superiority.
The Greeks, the Romans, Babylonians, the Syrians.
Right.
It's a long list, but mainly the Europeans.
No, just everybody but the Israelites. Yasharel.
Well, because that's out of context. The house of Yasharallah would be out of context to the verse we're dealing with.
Yeah, I understand, but we just, I know we don't fit there.
Remember, we're talking about a deity. We're talking about a deity who created a man, male and female, in his wicked image, in his wicked, evil, hateful image. And this deity did what? Said, let him have dominion, or let him have superiority over, notice what it says, over the fish of the sea, the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and what? Over the earth, right? Over all the earth, that would include us, the Most High's creation. And
you blanked.
okay, so this deity gave its creation, this man and woman that it created, this deity gave dominion over all of the earth. That all includes the whole quantity. That means us, the house of Yasharallah, and all the people whom the Most High created. Not the people or the type of man that this deity created.
But that's not what they're saying there, right?
Well, wait.
I mean, you adding that, right?
Let me finish, okay, please. Let me.
Okay.
It says, let them.
Male and female.
Means male and female.
Right.
Have dominion, that means sovereignty or control, right?
Dominance.
Sovereignty or control. Sovereignty is what? Right to rule.
Right. Control, supreme, over the field, over the cattle.
Okay, so let's go back to it. So he gave them the right to rule over all things on the earth, which includes
in the earth, the fish, the sea,
which
the
includes the man that the Most High made. All means
okay. I don't see that right there, but I guess you can add that in there.
Well, it's there. It's there. It says all. All means the whole quantity. It says over all the earth. And all
of the creeping things, the animals that he created.
Okay. Okay, well, if that's what you see, that's fine. And it says over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth.
Yeah, I mean, we're not creeping.
Judith, please, verse 27.
So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them.
Okay. So let's stop right there. So here, verse 27 is just repeating what it said in verse 26.
Right.
This man and this woman was created in the image of the deity who created them. The deity gave them dominion over all the earth.
Yeah. Now,
what is a disembodied spirit? Wait, well, let me finish it. What is a disembodied spirit? That's the issue. Who was killed during the flood, and how were they killed?
The Nephilim, or the
who?
Some would say it would be the Nephilims, the offspring of man and the angels that fell.
Everybody that y'all was supposed.
Stan, you're gonna have to wait your turn. We need to move through.
I didn't know.
You have your chance to present what you want to present, okay? But let us move forward, okay? Kenny, could you repeat what you said, please?
Some people would say that it would be the descendants of man and the angels that made it, because they've been corrupted.
So who was killed during the flood? That's the question. Who was killed during the flood?
All of mankind except Noah.
All of mankind except for Noah. Very good. And who else? Now you said
The
mankind.
Nephilims,
So what's the meaning of mankind? It means a kind of what?
man.
A kind of man. Very good. Now what kinds of men were there or are there? Ak, you just said it about the Nephilim. Put it together, please.
Oh, the corrupted ones. Either they are
Are they a kind of man?
those that,
Are the Nephilim a kind of man? That's the
yeah,
question.
technically,
And why? Why would
yes,
they be a kind of man? So give us the answer to that. Why are they a kind
because
of man?
because even if they do have they are offsprings of angels, that still technically make them man, because they still come from the lineage of a man.
So they are a
It's
kind of
corrupted, but
man.
it still makes them a man.
Okay, excellent. Does everybody
Yes.
see that? Does everybody see that? The Nephilim are a kind of man. Does anybody remember what kind of Nephilim there are? Does anyone remember what kind of Nephilim there are? Okay, so let's deal with the giants. So the giants were killed in the flood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm just waiting for my turn to speak.
Okay, that's fine.
So I'm doing what I was told.
So the giants were killed in the flood, is that right? That's correct, right?
Right.
The giants were killed in the flood. And how again did the giants get here?
Through the fallen ones.
Okay, through the fallen ones. Okay, and what did they do?
They came down and took women as wives. Well, not as wives, but they basically made offsprings with the women, and
Okay. And how do
a
you
whole
know
lot of
that?
other things.
How do you know that?
Different sources, Book of Enoch, and I think Genesis chapter 6 as well. But it says
Okay.
that the sons of God came down.
Okay. Does anybody dispute that? Is that true or is that not true? What the brother is talking about, is this true? What he's talking about? Somebody speak up, please.
Are you saying I can talk?
Brother, I never.
I'm just trying to figure things out the way they go, because I was told.
Well, go ahead, Stan. Go ahead. I'm not trying to shut you up.
I agree with everything that was said. It's in Genesis 6. It's in Jude. It's in Enoch. We know about that. But also, the children of Cain died in the flood. We know that Methuselah died right before the flood, because it says his death shall bring the flood. So he died right before the flood. The only righteous people that God found to be righteous on the earth was Noah, his wife, his 3 sons, and their wives. Everybody else perished. Not just them, but even the creation that was not included on the ark.
Okay, so let's go through the verses, okay? So Kenneth, can you read verse 1 through 6?
Yes. And it came to pass when men began to multiply. Where you want me to start at? Oh. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and the daughters were born unto them. And the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children unto them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And God saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah
Okay, so
found
thanks,
grace in the eyes of the Lord.
okay, thanks, thank you very much. So we see that there were giants, right? That's in the scripture.
Mhm.
And
And it was and in that day and after that day.
right, I'm going to get to that. Art. I'm going to get to that. So we see that there were giants in the earth at that time, right? These were the children of the angels who had sex with women, right? And the flood destroyed all life except for Noah and his family, correct?
Right.
Right.
Okay, destroyed all life except for, now how were the giants destroyed? How in general, how was everybody destroyed?
They drowned or
They
got
drowned. They
or
drowned in
became
the water, right? So
okay.
how does that correlate to what we saw in Genesis chapter 1? About the disembodied spirits doing what?
Nah, it don't.
Moving upon the face of the waters.
They were what?
Hovering over the
Moving
face
upon
of
the
the
face of
water.
the waters.
So when they drowned in the water, the disembodied spirit came up out of the flesh
Yeah.
and came out of the water, above the water.
Because the spirit has to be in the body in order for it to become a disembodied
What,
being.
okay, what happened to the disembodied beings? Those beings?
They died.
No, I'm
No,
talking
the
about.
physical body died.
I'm talking about the spirit, the demon, meaning that the flesh was gone. So the only thing left
They're
was the
roaming
spirit.
around the earth.
It's the spirit.
What did God do with those individuals? God did something with them. It says it in Revelations.
Well, but we're dealing with Genesis chapter 1 right now.
I understand. But he's talking about the fallen ones.
But we're dealing
God, he chained them up in the abyss. And that's where they are now.
no, we're talking about the giants.
I'm talking about the disembodied giants. That spirit, those spirits, when they died in the flood, the spirits got released from the bodies, from the flesh, and God confounded them, wrapped them up in chains, and put them in the abyss until that appointed time when they would be set free.
And the abyss is under the water or above the water?
The abyss is wherever God deemed the abyss.
Okay, so that's fine.
He didn't describe.
You have to, you're in a classroom, you have to.
I understand. I'm trying to answer your question.
The sea was also referred to as abyss, wasn't it?
An abyss.
Yeah.
The waters.
I'm not saying that's the same abyss where he put them. That's where they drowned.
But
they drowned.
What we're dealing with is what the text says. The text says that these disembodied spirits were hovering over the water.
Y'all excuse me for a second. I'll be right back.
So here we are. The text says that, as here in verse, in the beginning, this deity created the heavens and the earth was formless and without void. I'm sorry, and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep, and the spirit of this deity was hovering over the face of the water. So, y'all give me one. Let me mute him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you see the text is saying that the spirit of the deity or the disembodied spirit was hovering over the face of the waters. So it's not me saying it.
Right.
It's just what the text says.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that, Kenny?
Yes.
So here it is. The spirit of the deity was hovering over the face of the deep, right? And keep in mind that this Elohim is plural. It can be plural, right?
Mm-hmm.
Plural in number So more than one of these disembodied spirits. This is according to the text.
Can I
So,
ask a question?
sure.
Not to get off topic, he was referring to Revelations. Could we refer to those same disembodied spirits or those that are roaming around the earth today?
Well, I don't want to deal with that because then that would be putting myself in the area of doctrine.
Okay.
You understand
Okay.
what I'm saying? So I
Yeah,
would
because we
keep
have
it
to open up
to
something else.
keep it to
What we're talking about right
dealing
now.
with.
Okay.
I just want to keep it to what we're doing.
Sure.
Kenny, did you have any comments or questions before we move on?
What so this is where it's talking about the disembodied spirits or the giants. Would that all what would you how would you explain the judgment of Cain when he received the mark?
I'm not dealing with that.
Uh,
I'm only dealing with Genesis chapter 1. Otherwise, it'll take me in the area of
okay.
doctrine, and I don't want to be involved in that, if you understand what I'm saying.
Okay. I understand.
Because this is not a theology class. It's not theology, but just dealing with. So Stan, I don't know if you can hear me, Ak, but what I did was to show. I just catch you up with where we're at.
You just got me muted, but I'm all right.
Okay, yeah, there was noise in your background. So when you left, what I showed was that the text itself says that the spirit or the disembodied spirit moved upon the face of the waters. So I'm only going by what the text says.
Right.
Okay, so the text itself says that. Now let's go to Jubilees.
I thought we was going to finish reading to that next scripture.
What, in Genesis?
Yeah. That in my mind explains a lot of why the earth is forward at that particular time.
Okay, well let me continue on, and then I'll make this point, and then you can come back. Okay.
All right.
All right. So let me go back to Jubilees. Okay, so this is Jubilees chapter 7. Everybody see that? Jubilees 7. So let's go down to verse 23. I'm sorry, 21. And let's go through. Judy, can you read 21 and 22, please?
Sure. 21. For owing to these three things came the flood upon the earth, namely, owing to the fornication wherein the watchers against the law of their ordinances went a whoring after the daughters of men, and took themselves wives of all which they chose. And they made the beginning of uncleanness. 22. And they begat sons, the Nephidim. Did I say that?
Yeah.
The Nephidim, and they were all unalike, and they devoured one another. And the giants slew the Nephil, and the Nephil
slew the Eljo. And we lost your audio, Judy. Okay, and it says, and the Eljo man.
Eljo.
Oh, go ahead. Can you start verse 22 again, because your audio went out?
Okay, pardon me. 22. They begat sons, the Nephidim, and they were all unalike, and they devoured one another. And the giants slew the Nephil, and the Nephil slew the Eljo, and the Eljo mankind, and one man another.
Okay, do you want to give us any commentary on that, Judy?
So the reason for the flood, they was talking about the reason why the flood came was the fornication, which They said that's when uncleanliness began. And the watchers, I guess, were the angels. I'm assuming the watchers were the angels. They went whoring after the daughters of men, I guess the regular daughters, women. And they begat the sons of Nephidim. So the Nephidim were the offspring of these unclean unions. And they were varied in that they killed each other, the giants. So I guess the Nephidim started off as giants, and then, but it doesn't say who the Nephil were.
The Nephil
Like-
were actually the children of the giants, and the Eljo were the children of the Nephil.
And the giants were the Nephidim?
Yeah, those are the initial giants. Yes, that's correct.
So they killed their offspring?
They killed each other and their offspring.
Oh, okay. Yeah, one man another. So all this killing and everything is, well, it said three things. So it was the whoring after the daughters of men, and killing each other, but I don't know what the third reason for the flood.
Because it goes down into the text.
Y'all
Oh,
excuse me, I'll be right back.
Yeah, but what I wanted to bring out is the giants
okay.
and their personality or their character. Because remember, we're dealing with the image and the likeness of the deity,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So these
Now,
were
the Nephilim is which one? The Nephil?
the Nephidim.
Nephil?
That's the plural, Nephidim.
Okay, and then what is the Nephilim?
The Nephil. The
The
Nephil
Nephil.
are the children of the Nephilim, and the Eljo are the children of the Nephil. So these Nephidim, these were very, very tall.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say, like, I think about 340 feet. Some people say
Whoa.
that the zero on the end is, about 450 feet. Some people say they were 45 feet. But it really, I don't think their height matters so much
Mm-hmm.
as,
Just that they were giants.
yeah, they were big giants, right? But they got smaller. They got smaller. So the Nephidim were taller than the Nephil. Follow me? And the Nephil were taller than the Eljo. So this is the Nephidim is the first generation, the Nephil is the second generation, and then the Eljo is the third generation. I think these Eljo were somewhere around 9 or 12 feet, something like that.
Like Goliath?
Yeah, like a
Well,
Goliath.
that's how I imagine it, Goliath.
Yeah. So, but they were wicked and evil, killing.
Okay.
Okay, and then,
But now, I've heard people talk about the Nephilim. Is that the plural of the Nephil? Are we talking about the same when we say Nephil and Nephilim?
yeah, we're talking about the same.
That's the
So
plural.
let's go to 23 and 24.
Okay. 23, and everyone sold himself to work iniquity and to shed much blood, and the earth was filled with iniquity. And after this, they sinned against the beast and birds, and all that moves and walks on the earth, and much blood was shed on the earth. And every imagination and desire of men imagined vanity and evil continued.
Okay, so let's stop right there. So we saw that inequity was one of the definitions of darkness, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Right, and they sinned against the birds and the beast. So they were doing genetic modification, genetic engineering.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you can actually correlate this with Greek mythology and Egyptian. Well, actually, it's not mythology because these deities really did exist. Also in Egypt, like you'll see the creature that has a human form, but let's say the head of a hawk.
Yes.
All of those deities,
Mm-hmm.
they did exist.
Wow.
So, and they sinned, or they got involved in genetic engineering, genetic modification.
Mm-hmm.
And after this, they sinned against the beast and the birds, all that moved walks on the earth, and much blood was shed. And you see, it says every, that's all.
Yeah.
Every imagination and desire of men imagined, vanity and evil. We also saw these meaning of darkness, right? Etc.
I saw that. Yeah, I don't remember seeing vanity, but it's just
Okay.
another form of.
Okay, so evil continuously.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So this is what was going on. This was the personality and the characteristics of these giants. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So verse 25, you want to read verse 25?
Okay. 25. And the Lord destroyed everything from off the face of the earth because of the wickedness of their deed and because of the blood which they had shed in the midst of the earth. He destroyed everything.
Okay, so because of their wickedness. So that's the image and the likeness of these deities. They were wicked. So when we go back to the topic about the man that they created, right? That's what we're talking about, right? It says, let us make man in our image. This is wickedness.
Right, right.
Murderous. Warlike murderers in our image, in our likeness, and let them have dominion. So when we looked at dominion, we saw
control, sovereignty,
what does that say? Supremacy?
Supremacy, dominance, authority, mastery, control, command, direction, power, jurisdiction, government.
So all we need to do is correlate this with any group of people on this earth, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So who's known for supremacy? So that's all we have to ask ourselves.
Powers that be.
Approach.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a different approach. Have you guys heard of the Neanderthal?
Yes.
Okay.
Cavemen.
Cavemen, right. Stand back like this?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at Neanderthal, right? Who knows, can anybody tell us what about a Neanderthal and humans? Let's go to the government website. This is National Institute of Health.gov. Everybody see that?
Yes.
So let's look at this article. I'm going to read it, okay? It says, what does it mean to have Neanderthal or Denisovian DNA? This is the title of the article, right? It says several direct-to-consumer genetic testing companies. These would be what? Ancestry.com, I think it's 21andMe. All of these companies where you can send a sample and then they'll tell you where you come from on Earth, right?
Yeah.
So let's read it. Several direct-to-consumer genetic testing companies report how much DNA a person has inherited from prehistoric humans. Is there such a thing as a prehistoric human?
Well, what do you mean by prehistoric?
Right.
It's prehistory, right? Pre-writing.
Well, by human, they mean modern human, right?
Yeah, what I'm saying, prehistoric means prehistory, right?
It means that they were not human, right? Because
they were human.
Well, prehistoric means not human because there's no such thing as a prehistoric human. These would be subhumans.
You have to look at the word prehistoric, man, because that's dealing with recorded history. That's why it's prehistory.
Well, I'm telling you factually.
History.
I'm telling you factually that there is no such thing as a prehistoric human. You're either human or you're not.
I'm just telling you what prehistoric means.
Yeah, before they were recorded.
Prehistoric means. It's saying prehistory. That's prehistoric.
And if you listen to what I'm telling you,
right? I mean,
if you listen to what I'm telling you,
that
Stan,
Yeah,
Stan, if you listen to what I'm telling you,
I hear what you're saying. I disagree with what you're saying.
you are
El.
either, because you don't know what I'm talking about. You are
El,
either human or you're not. It has nothing to
okay.
do with history. It has to do with your
Look
DNA.
prehistoric and see what prehistoric means.
And listen to me. Being human is a matter of DNA, not a matter of time, not
Right.
a matter of record.
They are humans.
Stan, listen to me.
You probably got Neanderthal. You probably have it in your blood.
Stan, wait, okay, well, just listen to me, okay? Let me finish. Being human has nothing to do with time. It has nothing to do with record. Nothing to do with time or records. It has nothing to do with history. What makes you history, what makes you human is your DNA. Okay?
What I'm saying is, this were prehistoric humans. Meaning,
Stan, stop cutting me off, brother. Okay. Either you have 100% human DNA and you're human, or you don't.
And there's only one person on the map that got that.
If you do not have 100% human DNA, that means you are not 100% human.
Understand.
Prehistory, prehistoric, that has nothing to do with being a human. I'm trying to bring that point to you.
I understand.
So can I ask a question? Can I ask a question then?
Yeah.
Is it possible that there were human beings that existed before we started recording nationalities and geography? And
sure, before we started recording history. I mean, they've been around since 250,000 years to 30,000 years ago.
It has nothing, being human has nothing to do with time. That's the point.
Now, I'm just talking about when this creature or when this individual, in terms of hominids, they got, what is the divostosis? It's the same thing, it's just coming from Asia.
Okay, well, let's just move on.
Okay, but you know what I see?
Let's just move on.
Let's deal with it. Because I don't want to make it seem like I don't know what I'm talking about.
Because, brother, you don't. If you're telling me being human has something to do with time, then you don't.
No, I'm saying prehistoric.
Brother, you're not gonna out-talk me, Stan. Stan, you're not gonna out-talk me. I would appreciate it.
I shouldn't have to out-talk you. You should allow me to speak.
No, well, you should listen.
Disagree with you. You can't cut me off.
The point I'm trying to make is that being human is a matter of DNA content. Okay, you're either 100% human or you're not. Doesn't matter how much time has gone by. So when you look at something like this that says pre-human, that has absolutely nothing to do with whether you're a human or you're not. Okay, now this is about DNA. So if you don't have pure DNA, pure human DNA, then you're not a pure human. If you have Neanderthal DNA, that means you're a hybrid. Okay, that's the point. There's no such thing as prehistoric humans. That's a literary tool. There's no such thing. One moment. Go ahead and speak, Stan.
I said, you can mute me, you can do whatever you want, but that is not true. There's only, if you want to find somebody that does not have Neanderthal blood, the only way you're going to find that is in indigenous Africa. Anybody, any former slave that's here today in America, if you send your blood in, it's going to come back with some of that.
Well, that's
DNA.
not true. That's not true because I don't have it.
You got white folk in your family, and most black people in this country got white folk in their family.
Well, let's continue with the article. Let's continue with the article. Several direct.
Let me finish my thought. I mean, just because you disagree with me, I have the right to speak,
brother,
man.
You're going at it saying the same thing all this time. Now, I've respected you.
I'm not saying this is a different subject, man. I've been only trying to speak. You cut me off.
You got 60 seconds, man. Say what you got to say. You got 60 seconds. Say what you got to say, and let's move on.
Same problem I had in the class before.
Well, you know,
Whenever
Stan, you're here now. Say what you got to say and move on.
the word that exists before humans, you can't dismiss that word, prehistoric. If you want to know what that word means, we've been looking up everything that we discussed. Look up the word.
We'll look it up. We'll look it up. We'll look it up. All right, let's look it up and move forward. Okay, go ahead, read.
You can read it. I got it.
All right, it says prehistoric, relating to or denoting the period of
A
time.
period before record keeping.
You just said for him to read it, Stan.
Yeah, I just repeated what it said.
But then you talk over him. Come on, let's be civil. Let's be civil.
One thing I don't
Stan, let's deal with the lesson, not about how we
Yeah.
feel. Let's just continue
don't-
with the lesson.
don't tell me how wrong I am.
I'm not telling you you're wrong, brother. I'm trying to cover the information. Okay.
You told me I was wrong.
Okay.
What it says?
Let me
What
read
does
the definition, okay?
bro?
Relating to or denoting the period of time before written records. Synonyms: primitive,
Right,
primeval,
right,
primordial, primal,
right.
ancient, early,
Right.
antediluvian. That means the flood, right?
Before the flood.
Yeah,
Okay, so now,
it's dealing
what
with.
does this have to do with the DNA content of a man?
It doesn't have anything to do with
That's
DNA
the point
content.
I'm trying to make. It has nothing to do with DNA
Point,
content.
no, you were saying that prehistorical had nothing to do with dealing with a period of time.
No, I
And
didn't
I'm
say
saying that the prehistoric human only means before written time. They are human. They're just another species, just like the Denisova. The Denisova. Look up a Denisova. Look up a hominid.
Okay, your point
Yeah,
is taken. Let's continue. Let's continue with the definition. It says here, it says this information is generally reported as a percentage that suggests how much DNA an individual has inherited from these ancestors.
Right,
This is DNA content.
right.
The
European.
Stan, let me finish, okay, please.
Okay.
Percentage of Neanderthal DNA in modern humans. So you're
Right.
not talking about.
No, we're talking about the percentage in modern humans.
Stan, let me finish, okay? The percentage of Neanderthal DNA in modern humans is 0 or close to 0 in people from African populations.
That's what I said.
Stan, let me finish. And is about 1 to 2% in people of European or Asian backgrounds. And I've seen from 7 to 14%.
In Europeans, yeah.
The percentage of Denisovian DNA is highest in the Melanesian populations.
Right, because it's an Asian being. It's from Asia.
Lower in other Southeast Asian and Pacific Islander populations.
Right.
Now let me go back and discuss this. It
Yes,
says
you do.
modern humans, right?
Right.
Percentage of
Right.
Neanderthal DNA in modern humans.
Right. They've been dead for over 30,000 years, man.
Oh, but let me finish, okay? If there's a modern human, they're saying that there's a pre-modern. Okay, that's the point that this is about. Neanderthal plus human evolved into the modern human.
Neanderthal is human. That's all I'm saying.
Stan,
It's just a different
let me-
species from a
Stan,
different time.
Stan, let me finish, okay? I'll just read
All
through this and we'll move forward. Neanderthals were a very early
Archaic.
human.
Right.
When you
Human.
say a very early archaic human, this
It's
is
a human.
talking about
Just-
something that's not a pure human. You see that it's not
It's
a pure
not,
human.
it's not pure. No.
Stan, please stop interrupting me.
Oh my God.
It says they were early humans. That means that they were not fully human. This is a
That ain't what they said. They were just
hybrid. This
He
is a
were
hybrid.
early. Man, you can't read a lot of stuff in a sentence, man. It's not there.
Stan, let me finish, man. Okay? This is a hybrid. This is a hybrid human. That's the
Where
point.
you see that at?
It's a hybrid human who lived in Europe and Western Asia from about 400,000 years ago.
The word hybrid does not appear there. You can't just insert it.
Will you let me finish?
Well, yeah, just read it as it's written, and I won't say a word. I mean, but I don't know who you think. I'm not going to sit here and agree with you.
It says Denisovians are another population of early humans, Asia, and were distantly related to Neanderthals.
Right.
Okay, and we can stop here.
Right. They've been dead for 30,000 years too.
A hybrid is a mixture.
Nah.
Hybrid is a mixture. So now let's look
hybrid is a mixture, but nothing there said anything about a hybrid. The word wasn't even mentioned.
Stan, a hybrid is a mixture.
Hybrid is a mixture, but hybrid is not in this. If you can find the word hybrid right there and show it to me in this column, in this paragraph, I would agree with you.
Brother, this ain't
Stan, can I say something, please?
Yes,
can I say something? When you had your turn, we just kind of listened to your presentation, and now it's our brother's turn to make his presentation.
But see,
So
I thought he said,
I don't think he said, we're not debating. He's just
no, I
presenting.
understand, but he also said, but you can interrupt me and you can ask your questions.
He did, but I think we're getting off the topic.
Listen, I don't have to even participate. Because see, that's where I get, that's where I get you. When I see
We
things
listen.
unfairly.
We're just listening to different perspective. It doesn't have anything to do with fair or unfair. You had your perspective, and now we're hearing a different perspective. It's for us to agree or not agree in our own mind. We're just listening to different perspectives. So it's nothing to argue about. Okay. Let's just listen to him present his side. Okay.
Okay. So
it's getting late, and I kind of want to hear the whole thing.
I just thought we was doing this thing scholarly. Like I didn't know.
It is scholarly, but you're getting too argumentative, and like I can't. I want to leave, but I want to hear the whole thing. You know, I want to hear the end of
it's probably best that I leave.
The other presentation.
It's best that I leave, and then you can listen, because if I hear something that I'm gonna respond to it. I'm just not that type of
person. You can respond, but it's
really I can't, man, because it's a problem. What I do. I'm not just an individual that sits here, and when I hear things that's not true, I don't respond. Or I just agree with things that's being said just to agree.
But Stan, you just can't take over. You have to be patient and wait your turn. Well, let's continue. So
what I'm saying, I
asked the question, are Neanderthals hybrid?
And I'm gonna leave it alone.
Stan, you asked the question, are Neanderthals hybrid? So let's just see what we can find on Google, right? So it says, did humans and Neanderthals breed?
Yes.
So now, what's happening here? You have humans identified, and you have another life form identified.
A human, a different type of human, but a human. Go ahead.
Okay, it says in Eurasia, interbreeding between Neanderthals and Denisovians with modern humans. So this is telling us that these are different.
No, yeah, but they are different. Just like the Denisovans are different. They're still a human species. They are homo. They're not Homo sapien, but they're homo. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I tell you what, let's just move on from the topic.
Either I have the right to say that or I don't.
Okay, let's just move on, because this is an argument now. So let's go to Genesis chapter 2. All right, and we can wrap this up real quick.
Okay.
Can we go back to one that we never did at first? That we stopped on for some reason, that I wanted to read from the beginning?
What verse?
I think it's 120. 28, 129.
Okay, 1 second.
After he created man, the fish.
This is 29.
Going down. Go ahead, let me see. Right here, 28. Judah, could you read that?
28, and God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have
Right.
dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth.
Right. Meaning that that he gave them the command to replenish, meaning to do something over again.
Yeah.
It's already been done before. Something happened to cause the situation to be redone, and for man to replenish the earth after chaos. And after we get to the earth, we see it void, formless, because when Satan was cast out, that is what happened. After God's first creation, Satan was cast out. He fell to the earth. The earth became void and formless, and it needed to be replenished. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so your point is taken. Now on the page, what we're dealing with in this class is what's written in Genesis chapter 1.
Right.
So in Genesis chapter 1, the context of this is this disembodied spirit that was created, okay, and who also created a man in his image. Now, a disembodied spirit had to have lived and died. So that could not be Satan, because Satan has not died, right? So in order to become a disembodied spirit, that entity had to have died. So I'm just keeping it within the context of Genesis chapter 1. So within that context, when we see replenished, and we go back up here to Genesis chapter, to verse 1 and 2, what we're seeing is that these conditions existed only during the flood. This is the only time in
before the
Earth's
flood.
history. This is the only, well, before the flood, and
that's before Adam.
Stan, let me finish, okay? You had your opportunity to speak. These conditions where the earth was flooded only happened at the flood, okay? So when we talk about a replenishment, what we're talking about are the children of the angel or the giants who had populated the earth before the flood, and then whom the Most High drowned in the flood waters. And these entities are being restocked or refilled in the earth. And they're told to what? They're told to subdue it.
Subdue.
So what does subdue mean? Let's look it up. So subdue, it says overcome, bring under control. Synonyms: conquer, defeat, vanquish, overpower, overwhelm, crush, squash, or I'm sorry, quash, subjugate, suppress, right? So let me go back to Genesis.
Bring someone to their knees.
Bring someone to their knees. Okay, now let's go back to Genesis. This deity gave this man whom it created a command to not only replenish the earth, but to subdue, conquer, bring everything to its knees, defeat, vanquish every other living creature on earth. It says here, it says it right here, and have dominion, which is sovereignty or control, over the fish of the sea and the fowl, and over the fowl of the air, and over every what? Living thing on the earth. So this created creature, this hybrid entity, or these giants, and their offspring who were to replenish the earth were told to have dominion over the people that the Most High himself created.
So they would have dominion over Noah and his offspring.
Yes, this is what the deity who created them told them to have, but this is not the Most High given.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm saying because Noah's the only one who survived the flood.
That's correct. That's
so
correct.
This deity said, hey, they're alive. You're going to have dominion over everything.
His plan didn't work out.
So now let's look at Neanderthal and see who they are. Okay. Are you guys familiar with the Horites?
No, I've heard of them, but I don't know who they are in genealogy.
Let's look at the Horites and we'll identify who these are. This one or the next one. Here it is. So these Horim don't have a lineage back to Noah when you check it out. So Stan, would you like to read from the top about the Horite and the Horim?
Yeah, denoted the inhabitants of Mount Seir before occupation by the Edomites in Deuteronomy 2:12. Seir is accordingly called Horite in Genesis 36:20 and 30 through 30, where a list of descendants is given who afterward mix with the invading Edomites.
So Stan, I have a question for you before you move forward. Edom had one wife or more than one wife? Yes or no? More than one wife, right.
He had a wife from Ishmael. He had a wife from the Canaanites. He had like 3 or 4 of them.
Okay, so one of these wives would produce a children or a lineage of children who were mixed with Horite, right? Okay, so let's continue.
Esau himself married the daughter of the Horites, chieftain Anah. It'd be interesting to find out who that is. Whenever you see that Anah or Anaki, it'll shock you. Esau himself married the daughters. You do know what I'm talking about when I say Anaki, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
All right. Or the children of Anak.
Mm-hmm.
Esau himself married the daughter of Horite's chieftain Anah. Genesis 36:25, C36 and 2, where the Havites, Canaan's sons, must be corrected to Horites, where Canaanites must be corrected into Horite. The Horites in their Mount Seir were among the nations defeated by the armies of Kedor Lumer, Leoma. How you pronounce that, Al?
You could just continue till we get to the point that I want you guys to see.
Where I'm at. Kedor in the age of Abraham, Genesis 14:6. The Hebrew Horite, however, is the Ka of the Egyptians' inscriptions and a name given to the whole southern Palestinian of Edom, as well as to the adjacent sea. Is that right? Name given, okay. Adjacent sea. In accordance with this, we found in the Old Testament also traces of the existence of the Horites in the other part of the country besides Mount Seir. Genesis 34 and 2, Joshua 9 and 7. The Septuagint, Cod A, more correctly reads Horites instead of Hivites for the inhabitations of Shechem and Gibeon and Caleb. Is said to be the son of Hur, the firstborn of Ephratah or Bethlehem. First Chronicles 2 and 50, 4 and 4. The Hor or Horite has sometimes been explained to mean cave dweller. It's more probably, however, denotes the white race. The Horites were Semites and consequently distinguished in Deuteronomy 2 and 12 from a tall race of Rephaim.
Okay, so this is what I wanted you guys to see. Do you see where it says cave dweller?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And did you see where they identify it as who, the what?
Neanderthal.
But they
White
have
race. Cave dweller and white race, right?
Yeah, but the Havites are descendants of Canaan, right? Ham's son.
Okay. Well, what I want to focus attention on, where we're dealing with these Horites, the cave dweller and the white race. Okay. So let's go back and look up cave dweller.
And white race is a misnomer too. Just saying.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, we know who they're talking about, right? When they say white race.
Right. I mean, that's a reference, but it's
Yes,
incorrect.
yes. So cave dweller is a troglodyte. Cave dweller or troglodyte. Y'all see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is a human being who inhabit a cave or an area beneath overhanging rocks. Who inhabited caves and rocks, lived on the crags?
The Neanderthals.
Were Esau.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, because the
Caucasian.
Right?
Caucasian. Right.
So I'll show you some examples in France of what these look like.
They
Go
called
ahead.
him a human being. They called him a human being in that definition.
right.
Is
Yeah.
that correct?
No, it's
Is-
not, because being human is a matter of your DNA content. So, for example, what
Right. That's what I thought you
is
were
us from a monkey or from a giraffe? It's the DNA, right?
correct. Exactly. Yeah.
So time and all of these other things have nothing to do with being human.
Mm-hmm.
I want to show you a picture of one of these caves and give it context. Okay, so can you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So these are some of the caves that these people lived in.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's go back and get some pictures of what Neanderthal looked like.
Oh, what's that picture? The sins of the troglodyte.
Where's that? Oh, here?
That below that. That one, yeah.
This one?
Yeah. What is that? Mm.
I don't know.
Oh,
yeah.
that's okay. It just looked interesting.
Yeah. It looks like a big hand right here, and another
right.
hand right here. And that looked like a face of a turtle or something.
Some monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were muscular, short in stature, brutes.
So here are,
Maybe 5 feet tall.
so here are some of what these caves look like that these troglodytes lived in.
Wow.
Okay.
Mm.
So now
The Europeans took them over after the Neanderthal died.
let's go and look at some pictures of the Neanderthal. Now remember, I'm going to try to find something. Oh, wait a minute, here's something nice. Okay.
I just watched something last night on the last Neanderthal.
Okay. So let me take a look at this.
What's the trait also?
Okay, it's just a DNA. It's a trait. It could be a physical trait, or it can be some personality thing.
Like a tail or hair, excess hair.
Skin color. See, I want to show something to you guys where it's going to show you that the Neanderthal had pink skin. So Neanderthal genetics. Genetic studies of Neanderthal ancient DNA became possible in the late 1990s. The Neanderthal Genome Project, established in 2006, presented the first fully sequenced Neanderthal genome in 2013.
So there's DNA present, huh?
Yes, since 2010, evidence for substantial, what does this say?
Admixture.
Yeah, that's hybrid, of Neanderthal DNA in modern population
Wow.
has accumulated. Okay, so when we deal with this, we're talking about hybrids, Neanderthal.
Two different species, so yeah, but they still humans, right?
Well, that's what they're saying, but what I'm trying to communicate is that they say that, but that's technically not what it is.
Yeah, I mean, if I mix with a white, what I'm saying is, if I mix with a white woman, my child would be a mixture, and through the DNA, they would be able to tell that, because they will see that you know, that a black man had a child with a white woman, and through DNA would speak of that and tell that.
Okay.
So that's a mixture. Other than breeding with yourself, you know, there's mixtures.
Okay, okay. So now when we deal with the Neanderthal, these are some pictures of Neanderthals. Do you guys see that?
Yeah, they talked.
Right, so these are probably the Eljo. These are probably the Eljo in with humans. So Esau married a Neanderthal, right? Or an Eljo, that was mixed over the generations with human.
But how? If they were killed in the flood?
Because they came back. Remember what it says in Genesis 6? There were giants before and after the flood.
Yeah, giants. Right.
Right.
We know about lion.
Right, but as they mixed with human, they became more human-like. They began to look more human-like. Esau married one.
So the remains that they found in the mountains over in Israel and the mountains over there in France of this Neanderthal, those remains that they found, which there haven't been, the remains that they found, none of them are under 30,000 years old. They're all over 30,000 years since they say Homo sapien came on the scene as they were dying out, because it does show that before the Neanderthal died, there was some mixing with Homo sapien sapien, because they found remains of children with bone structures, heads of Homo sapiens sapiens, and bone structure in the body of Neanderthal. Okay. That was a thing I was watching last night on YouTube about the Neanderthal. I can't pronounce the name, but in the dim sober. So, but my point is, according to history, this particular Homo being, as it says in relation to Homo Neanderthal, they've been dead for over 30,000 years, as this article says.
Okay, so
Esau married one if they were dead.
Okay,
now, you know, I believe Esau did.
Well, that's just what the text says. But can we move on?
Yeah. Well, I'm reading the text. Go ahead.
Can we move on? So here we see the modern human skull. It's a modern human skull, right? And again, there's no such thing as a modern human. Modern human implies evolution. There is just human. There's no such thing as modern human. Okay? This is a Neanderthal skull. You can see the Neanderthal is much bigger and shaped differently than the human skull, right? It's much different. The two are very different. The Neanderthal was bigger. Okay.
His brain capacity was larger.
Okay.
Better for headbutting.
So these are the images of what the Neanderthal looks like. So now
Look like modern Jews. That nose look like a modern Jew's nose.
I want to show you this here. Here it is. This is what I want to show you. All right. So can you guys see this image now? At the top, you see Neanderthal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what does it say? And first modern humans, okay? And first modern humans, that's what it's saying, okay? It says a common ancestor with Neanderthal, okay? Can you guys see what's happening here? Where is the African? It says a Yoruba, right? And a San, right?
Right.
So it's saying a common ancestor with Neanderthal. So this is not a Neanderthal. This is what?
Homo sapien.
Mixed with Neanderthal. Do you guys see that? I'm just looking at the diagram. This is saying that this is a Neanderthal mixed with a modern human.
Yeah, I don't know what it says. I can't.
Right here
Okay.
it says ancestors evolved into Neanderthals and first modern humans. So you have the modern human skull here.
Put the cursor over. Just read that
right here.
Where's the cursor?
Ancestor with Neanderthal.
I see. I mean, okay.
Okay. Well, the point of go ahead, sis.
The first line says common ancestor with Neanderthal.
Right.
Then it splits off to Neanderthal and Homo sapien.
Right.
And then from Homo sapien, you have San, Yoruba, Papuan, Han, Chinese, and French.
Okay. Now let me ask you guys: did the Most High use evolution to create us?
No.
So this can't be true, right? There is no common ancestor. There is no pre-human. There's no such thing as a pre-human. The Most High created us as we are. Okay? This is what the scripture says. Science says differently. But the scripture says we were created as we are right now. So there's no such thing as a common ancestor between us and anybody, because we were created as we are, right? So when you look at this starting point, this would be where the modern human, let's say, for example, like Esau married Neanderthal or Eljo, right? Or had children with them and produced hybrids that have a mixture of human and Neanderthal DNA. That's the point I'm trying to make. So when you look at
the Papuan.
I'm sorry?
That's the Papuan, Han, Chinese, and French.
Well,
Where it has
your
that dark
researchers
green.
looked at the 5 groups of modern humans. Okay,
There's a-
so we know that the French have Neanderthal. Most of them have Neanderthal. The Chinese have Denisovian.
Mhm.
This graph is not showing that, right?
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it is. Here it is.
No, it's not showing this Denisovian.
The blue.
It's
do you
just-
guys see the blue line?
Yeah.
That dark green.
Yeah, the blue line.
Where?
Right.
So right underneath Neanderthal.
I didn't see it. Right here. Do you see that, sis?
I see that dark green line. Is that blue?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. The dark green line. That's what I meant.
Under Neanderthal. And then it connects, but after Yoruba.
It connects the French. It connects the French. The Chinese would be the Denisovian
Mm-hmm.
and the Papuan.
Mm-hmm.
Right? These two pure human, 100% human DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Above that is hybrid. These are hybrids. By hybrid, it means a mixture, add mixture.
Are you making those marks?
Yes, I did that.
Because it doesn't really, I'm not seeing what you're circling.
Oh, really?
Oh, you can't see what he's saying?
I mean, I see the marks, but I don't see the point that you're trying to make.
My point is, I guess I'm supposed to accept this article as truth, but then when it talks about the dates and 38,000 years to 45,000 years ago, I'm supposed to say, well, okay, that's not true. But then,
So go ahead.
I'm just saying, I mean, I got to assume that when it's talking about the this Denisova or this Neanderthal, whatever it is, I got to accept that as truth. But when it gets into these years, because everything is modern, these 38,000 years, we know that's evolution. So we can't. I just don't know how I can pick in.
Well, I can explain it to you if you'd like to know.
Well, I'm sure you got a reasoning, but go ahead. Yeah, I would like to know.
Well, when you look at these dating methodologies that they use, it's just a theory.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. There's no way you can go back and say for sure that it was X number of years.
Right.
Okay, can I ask you a
We do
question?
know for sure because there are different dating methodologies that you can use that will yield different dates.
Okay.
Right? But what we do know for sure is that these people have a DNA that's not human.
Okay.
So in science we can tell that they have a hybrid DNA genome.
Okay, but can we prove that Esau was married to one?
Was what?
That Esau was married to a Neanderthal. Can we prove that?
But the scriptures say it. I mean, I'm just going by
What
what
does
the
the scripture
scripture
say?
said.
What scripture text said?
Well, you just read it, right?
What the scripture text?
Okay, it says Esau
I
himself
read a
married a
source
hybrid.
talking about the scripture text. I didn't read the scripture text.
Genesis 36:25.
All right, we didn't read that.
Okay. But for what we're doing, it really doesn't. I mean, we're dealing with Genesis.
What I'm saying is, if I want to believe that Esau married a Neanderthal, I would like to read it in the scriptures to say that.
Here, what does it say? It says there that these Horites are cave dwellers. So
Okay, that's what the article was saying.
Wait, when you look up cave dweller, the definition is Neanderthal, troglodyte.
But human beings were cave dwellers too. Europeans were cave dwellers.
Well, that's kind of the point. That's the point. They are hybrid.
Okay, I don't see that.
Okay, well, that's fine. Well, let's move on because this is not even the major part of the lesson that I wanted to bring out.
Because like my point was the Havites came from Canaan, Ham's son.
Okay.
And Ham was black, as we all know. So the Havites would have to be black and not white.
Well, of course, they were black. The Hamites were black, and Esau would have been classified as black, and his wife.
He was a albino.
Oh, that's another story.
Yeah, he was an albino.
Can we just say melanated maybe instead?
Yeah, let's say melanated. He lacked melanin. Let me rephrase it. His parents would have been classified as black or highly melanated people. His parents.
Right. He lacked melanin.
Right.
Okay, so let's continue. The point of this that I wanted to bring out, I didn't want to focus so much on the giants because that's not.
Y'all get me in trouble.
Okay, that's not the point of this. The point of this I'm going to get into now.
All right, y'all getting me in trouble. My wife is half white and well, part white.
Okay, so now let's look at this. It was your grandfather or your grandmother?
Who?
You said somebody in your family was part white?
No, I say my wife. Her grandmother's is half white and black.
But what's her father?
Her father's black, but he was a very fair-skinned black man.
Okay, so genealogy,
I mean, she's a black woman, but she just, if you saw her, you would think, most people think she's a white woman.
But our nationhood is passed through the father.
True.
So there's nothing to worry about.
No, I'm not. I'm just, she's banging on things in there because she hear me talking about white this and white that.
Okay, but that's not, yeah, but tell her that's not the issue. That's not what this lesson is about. That's not what it's about. So let's continue, okay? This is what the lesson is about. Genesis chapter 1 and the Babylonian creation story. That's what the lesson is about.
So we're going into the book of Gilgamesh.
No.
Oh, okay.
I just want to introduce this first, I guess it's the first paragraph. Yeah. I want to introduce something called the Enuma Elish.
The Enuma Elish. The Enuma Elish.
Which is a Babylonian creation story.
Right.
Okay. So in the middle of the 19th century, archaeologists were digging in the library of King Ashurbanipal in
close enough.
I'm sorry, in 668 to 627 BC.
Right.
In the city of Nineveh. They discovered thousands of clay tablets written in a language that came to be known as Akkadian. Okay, a distant and much older cousin to Hebrew.
Right.
The tablets contain things like law, administrative matters, and literature. Let's skip down. But it was the religious text found there that got the most attention. One of those texts bore striking similarities to Genesis chapter 1.
Right.
This is what I wanted to get into. It's the whole purpose of the lesson.
Yes.
Okay, so how people view Genesis would never be the same.
Right.
Found among the ruins was a Babylonian creation story referred to as Enuma Elish.
Right.
It is a story about a highly dysfunctional divine family engaged. So this divine would be what? A deity, right?
Yeah, you already said that. Marduk.
Engaged in a major power struggle at the dawn of time. The dawn of time would be at a beginning, right? The heart of the story is where the deity Marduk kills his nemesis Tiamat.
Right. Tiamat.
But let's skip down to where scholars, okay. So scholars have turned Enuma Elish, the Babylonian Genesis, okay, the Babylonian Genesis. The reason is that both stories share some concepts that were immediately apparent. Now, this is talking about Genesis chapter 1, y'all.
Right.
Okay, in both stories, matter exists when creation begins. So that's the earth and the water. This is Genesis chapter 1. You know what? I forgot to go through chapter 2.
Yeah.
All right.
It's all right. It's all right.
But
I'm sure we're familiar with chapter 2.
Okay.
But to break it down, you really do need to break down to compare the order of creation.
Yeah, you need to see.
And if that's going to help us to understand this better, then we should break it down.
Well, yeah. Have you read the Gilgamesh story?
Let's just go through this real quick.
No.
I just want to know if she read it.
Okay, so let's go through it real quick. Okay, so Genesis chapter 2. It says here in verse 1, thus the heavens and the earth were finished. So this is a continuation from what? Chapter 1, is that right?
Correct.
It's letting you know this after everything was finished.
Okay, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. Question is, why are they ending chapter 1 and starting chapter 2 while they're still dealing with chapter 1? Keep that in mind. And on the seventh day, this deity ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. Verse 3, and this deity blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which the deity created and made. So here we see chapter 1, the ending of chapter 1 being set as the beginning of chapter 2.
Mhm.
Now we know chapter and verse were added much later. They were not a part of the original scripture. So this is intentional. So the question is, why would these Masoretes do that?
Because they would.
If you did this in an English class in high school or college, you get a very bad grade.
They're wicked.
Chapter 2 should begin here. And chapter 1 should be ending at verse 3. Y'all see that? Verse 4 should be the beginning of chapter 2.
And that's probably what Moses originally intended.
Well, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. So now let's look up genealogy. Let's go to the Bible Hub. I'm cold. Let's see, Bible Hub. Okay, so now let's deal with this. Bible Hub, King James. All right, so here we are in the Bible Hub. No, it's not the Bible Hub. Let's see. No, let me go back. Genesis chapter 2 in the Bible Hub. So I want to call something to your attention. All right, here we go. So we're in the Bible Hub, right? No, we're still not. What's going on? Well, for some reason, I'm not getting into the Bible Hub. There's blue. Bible Gateway. No? Well, I don't know what's going on, but I'm not able to get it.
Hey, Al.
Yep.
Won't you meet my son?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me turn Shalom. Let me turn my camera on. Shalom. Good to meet you. Your dad is a good man.
Thank you.
He looked just like you, Stan, but he's more handsome.
Don't tell him that.
It's good to meet you, young man.
Yeah, he's studying too, bro.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. Yeah, he's with the one of the camps. I can't think of the name of it. But
okay. Is it by did you pick it or he picked it on his own?
he picked it on his own. I gave him a Tanakh. He did everything else on his own.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's my baby boy. He's 21. My oldest is 40.
Yeah.
That's my baby son.
I'm trying to find this verse and it's not coming up. I don't know why I can't get. This is the first time. Let me see. Genesis chapter 2, verse 4. What's going on? Well, okay, so I might not be able to get what I'm looking for here. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So this is Genesis chapter 2, verse 4, right? So let's go into the text. So chapter 2 would begin here. It should, technically speaking, right? It says, this is what we would think if you're writing a good essay. So it says, these are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created in the day. You notice it has something different, right?
Right.
Lord God. So when we see Lord God in Genesis chapter 2, this is actually the Tetragrammaton, and they translate it as Lord God. So this would be a personal name,
Right.
the Creator. Okay, and I know you know that, Stan. I'm just talking to people who might be watching the video.
Right. I'm sorry. And I forgot about, hey, Slacky, brother. I totally forgot this was on camera. And I should not be debating with you on camera.
It's okay.
I was wrong.
No, it's okay, bro. I mean, one of the things I like about you is that you're real passionate. So,
Yeah.
I appreciate I appreciate that about you. So let's look at this keyword, generations. Okay, so let's look at the keyword generations there. So this is
excuse me. What's wrong? Oh, calm down.
Hey, Judith. Okay, you're back. Stan walked away for a minute. He has to deal with some things with his family. You're on mute, Judith. Okay.
All right. Yeah, I had to go with my daughter. I've got to go. I just didn't want to leave abruptly without saying shalom, and I enjoyed the discussion. I'm going to have to catch the recording for the Genesis chapter 2 and the rest of it.
Okay, well, I enjoyed having you. I really enjoyed everything you contributed to the discussion. It was really, really good. I appreciate it.
Hey, can we set another date so we can finish this and everybody back on work?
That works for me. How about tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine with me. Same time?
Yes.
Is that okay with you, Stan?
Yeah, it'll be fine with me.
Okay. Awesome. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Shalom. And thanks, Stan. You did a real nice job presenting that information. It was real good. That's probably the best I've heard it presented.
Well, I appreciate that. I think I was a little naive about the quorum, what we were doing today, because I thought that Shah was replying to what I said rather than presenting.
Well, I didn't know she was going to present anything either.
Yeah, I thought she was replying to what I had said. I was waiting on her to get to what I was talking about. Then I realized that she was presenting. So, but I was a little confused there, and I am, and I've been told that I can be very aggressive, and I try to be assertive, but it don't work out a lot of times. I guess I just got to be mindful and allow people to be, you allow me to be where I'm at, and I need to allow y'all to be where you are, and together we can work together, and it's all for the glory of y'all. So
exactly, we're all trying to learn.
Yeah.
Shar was in support of what you were saying.
I don't know. I just, like I said, I thought that she was going to ask me some questions, based on what I had, because the person before did.
Yep, that was me.
Mm-hmm. That was you, right? So it threw me. I thought she was responding to me, and I was like, get to your point. Get to your point. What's the question? But now, I'm sometime doing it, I realized that she was presenting.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, she sent me a message asking if she could go next. So I said, okay, sure, go next. So
Right.
she was in support of you.
Yeah, I enjoyed everything that she said.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
know,
so we're going to pick this up tomorrow at 11 a.m. or?
yeah, that'll be good. That way everybody be able to participate.
Okay.
Let's start with the class.
Okay, and thanks again, Judith. You're very, very
patient
oriented.
You got a lot of patience. You got more than I got.
Okay, so y'all, we'll pick this up tomorrow at 11 a.m. And thanks. I enjoyed being with y'all.
Yeah, shalom.
Shalom, y'all.
Yeah.